retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and carbon light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and carbon light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
When you're Kerbal stuck in space, or you're trying to get to the MSC race, one man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but EJ always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can. Turbo stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but each always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes. He's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can hear.
Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. Space and Rocket Review. Two girls. Tell your friends. You in the hat. Space and Rocket Review. It's orange. Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these. Put that in a big bag, Gino. 364 unfolds to go. Indeed. Water towers fly! Yes! That, I don't think that's our intro, dudes. You know? Pretty sure that's not our intro, but, you know, whatever. And liftoff. We rise together. Back to the moon and beyond. Woo! The methane, if it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right? Decollage! Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these. We do need more of these. All right. Anyway, what's going on, everybody? If you caught the tail end of the automotive stream, we did get some work done. I got that frame rail all kind of fished out, so I'm happy with wanting to put something on that rail now because it was rusty. What we did was go into the welder and rebuild all the material, and it could probably deal with one or two more passes of doing that, and then dude, I think she's good.
Oh, this is Space.
About to have a cardiac arrest. Gifted us up. Thank you very much, man. Water tower. Okay, so water towers can fly. That's Das, right? Actually, that's Tim. Tim Dodd said that. Water towers fly! Yes! You know. The 364 more unfolds to go. 364 unfolds to go. That's Hagen.
Discovery,
Over
go
on
and
the
throttle
side.
up.
Indeed. And then the one that sounds like Morty. If it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right? Oh, jeez, oh God, oh, it blew up, Rick. Oh, Morty, we just gotta have 4 more test articles. Just 4 more test articles, Morty. Just 4 more. We just gotta get 4 more test articles, man. All right. Indeed. Anyway, so yeah, my power went out. Yeah. Worst part about that is my power went out and it tripped breakers in the shop. So that was fun. Delta 4 equipment is going away fast. Ooh. I'll add that to the list. Yeah, I heard, dude, when the power went off, I had the grinding wheel going, and everything shut off, and it was pitch dark in the garage, and I'm like, uh-oh. My first thought was that I broke something because I heard humming. I heard humming coming from the power box. I thought it sounded like the grinder was still on, right? And I was like, uh-oh, I broke something. And then power came right back on, and I'm like, oh. We had a power surge. Tripped a couple of breakers in the garage. Second time this week. One happened on Sunday. I don't know if you count that. You can count that as a week. Count that as a week. Count that as a week. Yeah. Yeah. And he lost equipment. Nope. The breakers did something. It didn't. The breakers that tripped were the lights in the garage door. Interestingly enough. Yeah. Didn't get to the welder. Didn't get to the computers. Whatever it was. I mean, I have UPS. Everything's on UPSs. I've had bad experiences with that. Everything's on surge protectors and UPSs. Are they GFI or arc fault? The breakers are GFI, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. So yeah, none of these computers shut off. Everything in the office is fine. My computer out in the shop did shut off, but the UPS seemed to have caught it. Thankfully. Or the surge protector caught it, but the UPS, that UPS out there needs to be replaced anyway, but you get the idea. Yeah, that sucked. That wasn't fun at all. Yeah, not fun. No good. Those are the things that aren't on UPS or can handle high voltages. Yeah, but you know, the interesting thing is that there was no no breakers flipped in the house, just out here. It's weird, man. I think your webcam is delayed from your audio. Testing. Looks fine to me, dude. You good now? Yeah. So so what I decided to do was, by the time I would have gotten every single, I went over everything, dudes. I went over everything. I went over everything down in the house. I looked at all the breakers down there. I took the cover off to make sure nothing got burnt, because a power outage shouldn't trip a breaker. That was a power surge. Somebody broke something. Somebody broke something on the grid. So I went and checked behind the boxes and everything to make sure that nothing fried back there, and, you know, fires and whatnot. So I did all that. I took a shower, and then my wife is not feeling well right now, so I made her dinner. I made tortellini surprise. Tortellini surprise. Nice, Rob Bilm. Yeah, there you go. What was the surprise? Nothing. It's just tortellini bolognese, pretty much. Brima's getting better. She's getting better since this morning. Were you the surprise? Yeah, me cooking it was the surprise. That's right. It goes in the square hole. And that's how you stay married. Yeah. Yep. Final math GCSE tomorrow. All right, Chaz, you kill it, man. Could have been an undervoltage resulting in an amp spike that caused the breakers to trip. Yeah, Andrew, I don't know what it was, dude, but yeah, it tripped breakers in the garage. Didn't trip anything in the house. And yeah, my internet went boop. So y'all have the immune system of toddlers, not to be a butt. Dude, we're inside all the time nowadays, man. I don't talk to people. Don't go anywhere. So yeah, every time we go and hang out with people, we get sick. It happens, man. Oh, I'm sorry, Lig. A resape, please? What does that mean, Brendan? Any chance we get little EJs in the future, yes. But that's my business, all right? It's my business. You know what I'm saying? It's my business. I don't like having these conversations with people. Want to say, you come into my stream on the day that my wife is sick. You come in asking me if we're gonna make babies or something. That's just not good. It's just not good. You come in here asking for favors. You never call. You never talk to me. You just come in here when you need something. Interesting, Aqua. Nice. Seems to be growing well. That absolutely will happen, official. That's yeah. Yeah, Steve, that's why I'm like, man. I don't know. Chad, I know it was you, Chad. I know it was you. You broke my heart. I know it was you, and you broke my heart. Anyway. So, we got, #1 victory royale. As the tomatoes, they're growing. They're not even to the point where you have to stake them yet. Yeah. So what's for space news today? We got a good bit of stuff, guys, because I didn't do it yesterday because I was just not doing too well. Am I gonna find a Kerbal head in my bed? No, it's not gonna be a Kerbal head. It's gonna be a booster nozzle. Oh, where's the rest of the booster? Oh, you know. I already have that one, Jim. Thank you. No, Dark Crew, I don't know what that means. All right, so let's begin with getting caught up here. So what did we miss? These are past missions on Next Space Flight. So this morning there was Starlink 12-24. On Sunday there was Starlink 15-8, and then on last Saturday there was SXM 10 at 12:54. I tried to stay up to it, but I had to get up in the morning, guys. So I had to get up and go to the event. That got me sick. That's great. Lovely. Oh God, I woofed the tortellini surprise. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to burp. So let's see. SXM 10, 1085 on flight 8. That's pretty good. Starlink 15-8 on Sunday was 1088 flight 7. Wait, what was this one? 1085, 1088, and then 12-24 was 1083 on flight 12. Is it normal to get a headache after you burp? That's not like some crazy symptom of some like fatal thing, right? Because I did that burp and I instantly got a headache. I'm not about to like keel over, right? You know, just alleviated some head pressure. That means you have 30 seconds. Ugh. Well, it's gonna be doing what I love. I'm turning the fan on. All right. Okay, so 3 good missions, and where is the turkey beaver? There it is. No. All right. Yeah, this is what we want. Related to SXM 10. Okay. Slow down, ticker. Hey, Pop, I'm doing all right. Ticker's going a little fast, dude. There we go. Slow it down. All right, cool. Excellent. All right, so last week, SpaceX successfully completed a controlled deorbit of the SXM-10 upper stage after GTO payload deployment. While we routinely do controlled deorbits for LEO stages, e.g. Starlink, deorbiting from GTO is extremely difficult due to the high energy needed to alter the orbit, making this a rare and remarkable first for us. This was only made possible due to the hard work and brilliance of the Falcon 9 guidance, navigation, and control team. It exemplifies SpaceX's commitment to leading both space exploration and public safety. Cool. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, that was from the SXM-10 mission. That's pretty good. Yeah, deorbiting from a geostationary transfer is... that's pretty good, man. That is, especially with the type of super synchronous orbits that SpaceX does. That's where they shoot stuff past GTO, geostationary transfer. That's pretty good, man. Pretty cool. High energy needed to alter. Pierto, that's a really cool space nerd way of saying that. It is a very that is the type of maneuver that requires a lot of fuel. Yeah. Rockets have two different types of ways to kind of measure. You know, there's a measurement of the energy, and then there's a so C3 is what's used with rockets. It's called C3 for short. C3 is your characteristic energy, so it's how much total energy your vehicle has. And then you have delta V based off of that, and they kind of go hand in hand with each other, but they kind of don't. Long story short, that is a high delta V maneuver. It needs a lot of energy to deorbit from geo in the type of orbit from a geostationary transfer orbit, the type of orbit that they go into. You need a lot of fuel, and basically the Sirius SXM. My brain just wants to say XSM. I have no idea why. That's just strange. Sirius, so I don't do that 10 times during this explanation. I'm just going to call it Sirius 10. So Sirius 10 is a big satellite. That is a big satellite. So in the past, with these types of missions, Falcon 9, the second stage uses most, if not all of its fuel to push that satellite up to geostationary transfer. Falcon 9 will put it on a transfer orbit with the high point at geosynchronous, right? And then it'll let the satellite go. The satellite will coast out to geo, and then the satellite will fire its engines to circularize up there. Basically, what John Edwards in that post is saying is that they optimized the trajectory for the transfer orbit so well that they actually had fuel left over to deorbit the stage. Deorbiting the stage is safer. Safer is the right way to say it, because how that's worked in the past is basically Falcon 9 only has enough fuel to basically push that satellite out, and then they passivate the stage. You don't really want to ever run the rocket engine so the needle goes past E. You know what I mean? You don't want to run it dry. Heck, you don't want to do that with a car either. So they get down to maybe 0.5% of fuel, and then they vent the rest of it. And usually, because the geostationary transfer, the perigee is low enough to get into Earth's atmosphere, over time, the stage will aerobrake and aerobrake and aerobrake and aerobrake and aerobrake until it eventually burns up. That way works, but the problem with that is that sometimes parts do make it through. And the stage, you don't basically have control about where the stage is going to come down, because you lost power to the stage well before the thing comes back down and re-enters. With the geostationary transfer deorbit, right? This ensures complete breakup of the stage, because if you burn retrograde at okay, big words are coming. Okay, big words. We're gonna go rocket science here for a second. Or orbital mechanics, pick one. If you burn retrograde at perigee, or at apogee, burning retrograde at apogee when your apogee height is geostationary, you can put yourself into what's called a highly eccentric suborbital trajectory. You can put yourself into a suborbital trajectory that has the highest point at geo, and that's a long way to fall back down. Long way. If SpaceX put that Falcon 9 stage into a type of orbit where it's going to fall 23,000 freaking miles, it'll be going, and it basically will, because it's a suborbital trajectory, it'll dip that stage so far into the atmosphere that it will completely burn up. None of it will reach the ground. Yep, that's why it's safer. Because SpaceX has control over the stage. It is an immediate disposal of said stage. You don't have to worry about it just kind of careening out off course up there, or careening out of control up there until it eventually re-enters. This makes it get rid of it right away. The second stage is immediately disposed of. They deorbited at a non-optimized part of the orbit too, hence high energy. Oh, they didn't burn retro at apogee. Oh. So that would have required... Let me think. All right, here, I'll draw it out for you guys. Here, we'll do another one of EJ's little diagrams here. So this is Earth, all right? And out here, let's say out here, this is Geo. Let's get the blue out. So this is what a geostationary transfer orbit kind of looks like. That's really bad. Hold on. Where's the mouse cursor? That's kind of what a geostationary transfer orbit looks like. GTO. Gran Turismo Omologato. Forza Ferrari. Anyway. So, Falcon 9 will shoot itself off into this type of orbit, and it will deploy the satellite. It'll finish putting the burn right here. This is what you see on the mission. It'll finish her burn right here, and then it'll deploy the satellite over here going this way. Now, the geostationary transfer usually takes about 6 hours. Falcon 9 second stage. Let's just draw a nice little Falcon 9 second stage. Where's the, you know, this little, nice little vacuum water. Yeah. We draw a little thing, a wing-a-ling there with its little turbine and little regenerator manifold. Oh yeah. Okay, so a Falcon 9 second stage like this doesn't, picture it in your head, right? So let's say it has the satellite on the top two. We're gonna draw SXM-10. Yeah, baby. All right, yeah. So the satellite's there, second stage is there. The Falcon 9 second stage doesn't have any solar panels. It only has batteries. The batteries are up here somewhere, or they're there. I don't know where they are. I don't really care to know that information. If we did know that information, SpaceX would probably be mad, and Elon would come to my house and kick me in the scrotum in Minecraft. So the second stage doesn't have any solar panels. Because of that, basically, once they unplug it from the pad, right, you have a shelf life on your stage. Now, Phil, if what you're saying is right, the opportune time to do a deorbit burn would be out here. It would be out at Geo, with the rocket engine pointed that way and the stage pointed that way. So when you burn, right, a retrograde burn at apogee here will lower your perigee. Your perigee will eventually go suborbital, and your trajectory will look like this. Right? It'll look like that. Now, because Geo takes about 6 hours, the battery life on that doesn't last 6 hours. It may, Phil, if what you're saying is right, it lasts way less than that. So, I mean, how long did we get it for Falcon Heavy? Falcon Heavy would be a good benchmark for their battery life. But so here's the high energy stuff. So what I said would be the opportune way to do it, but it sounds like, Phil, from what you're saying, that they really don't have the Delta V. They don't, well, not Delta V. They have the Delta V, but they may not necessarily have the shelf life on the stage, right? So what do? Well, okay, there's some ways that you can do it. The most opportune time to deorbit would be right here. Does that mean you can't deorbit it from anywhere else? No, of course you can. But as Phil was saying, it's gonna require way more energy. So what SpaceX most well, it really depends on the shelf life. Let's say the shelf life is 2 hours. It's not. but let's say it is. I mean, I thought they would be. I thought they could get it out there. Last for another factor too. I also forgot there was no gray stripe thermal management on the 6-hour coast. That's what I'm saying, dude. The stage had to have lasted that long. Let's say it lasts 5. Okay. Maybe this wasn't a long duration stage. All right. So you deploy, right? You deploy your satellite there. Right, you deploy the satellite. Satellite does its thing. When the satellite gets here, instead of burning that way, it's going to burn that way, and the satellite gets into its geostationary orbit. And geo orbits have slots. The slot is correlative to latitude. So if here, let's take a look. Let's go back over here and look at SXM 10. It's probably just going to give me channel 10 on Sirius, but that's okay. So that was Sirius satellite radio. This is Gunter's space page. Let's take a look. Nothing good there. Dude, it auto-populated with NSF stream. That's pretty cool. It doesn't really say what its final thing is. Here, hold on. Let's go look at NSF's. Let's take a look. Let me see the track for the mission, and I'll be able to tell you. Did they cut before the burn? Guys. Okay. So there's your satellite. Remember in my drawing, there's the satellite right there. I need to see the whole mission. Here's the SXM-10 mission. Here we go. Right here. All right. Let's check its burn. Okay, so they reacquired the signal through Gabon. That's why the picture came back here. There's a little diagonal line in the map view. There's chill down. I got this, Phil. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's happened since Flight 9. Flight 9 was when they rolled out the new UI. The new UI is slick. Really good stuff. All right. I'm looking at the altitude. All right, so check this out. Point of burn was right here, over kind of just to the west of Central Africa, I guess, south of Ghana, right there. So that little line right there is their reacquisition of signal. The reacquisition of signal had a 30-kilometer hop, so that means their parking orbit was slightly eccentric, meaning the parking orbit wasn't a perfect circle. That happens all the time. Don't worry about that. All right, so we had point of burn right there. Now, usually, guys, what happens is that you burn opposite of the slot that the satellite is going to go into. So if we go on Google Earth, right? That must be one hell of a punch going from 4G to 0 instantly. Yeah. So the satellite launched basically due east out of Florida, which means at the point of crossing the equator, it makes a 27 degree inclination here. So something like this. Point of burn was basically right here. So point of burn, its track goes over the lake, right? Or the lake right there. What is that? Lake Victoria? Check. Lake Malawi. Victoria's over there. So with its track like that, what slot are we looking at? That would mean that with a burn like this, your AP is going to be over here somewhere. Way over here. So all we got to do is basically go to the equator on the exact opposite side of the planet. So that's our point of burn. The Gulf of Guinea right here is our point of burn. We are at... almost 0, 0. It's pretty close. So 3. So if we go all the way over here somewhere, and instead of 180, so 180 minus 3, that means that satellite is over here somewhere. So its slot is like 150, 155, 156 east, somewhere around there. That satellite is supporting this side of the world. So, and the satellite would have ended up with a view about here, about this far away. So, you're correlative to slot. Now, a geostationary satellite gets put into a slot. The slot is correlative to your latitude. So we are at, like, say it's... let's say that satellite is at 177. It could be 177 west, which would mean it's over the Pacific. So you could get the East Coast, you could get Hawaii, you could get Australia, New Zealand, Guinea, Papua, Japan. You can get parts of Russia from here. You can get Korea from here. Because they did the burn on the opposite side of the planet. So it's out over that satellite, SXM-10, its slot is like 157, 167 west. So the slot for this satellite is somewhere between 160 degrees through I'd say, well, maximum would be 177 west. Could be east, too. Could be either one. So the satellite would go to its slot, right? And circularizes in its slot right there. And then, let's say the shelf life on our Falcon 9 second stage. The nozzle is too small in this picture. There we go. That's more like it. Let's say our Falcon 9 shelf life is 5 hours, so the stage will die right here, right? It'll die before it gets to the opportune point for deorbit, remember? If I was right here, I would execute a radial in burn. Radial in retrograde, this way. I would burn that way. So kind of stepping on the brakes, but not. What what a burn like this that goes slightly retro, so the way that you came from. So retro radial in. It's burning slightly towards the planet and slightly in the direction that you came from. Radial in means that you're pushing towards the inside of the orbit. So like say over here, you have over here. Anywhere over here, this side of your orbital track is radial in. And guess what? Anywhere over here is called radial out. Holy crap. Breakthrough right there. Real moment. So slightly retro radial in. What that would do is change two things. It would change your give me 1 second. It changes your argument of perigee. So that's A sub PE or APE, like that. Change your argument of perigee and it changes your LAN, not local area network. Longitude of ascending node. So basically a retroradial burn like this would lower your apogee and then change the orbit to something like this. This is a huge exaggeration, right? No, that's not correct. It'll change it to something like that. So it's AP, the AP of the orbit, which is right there, would be lower than Geo, and the whole elliptical orbit will shift. It'll shift a little bit. So the reason why I brought up a slot is because the AP is not correlative to 177 anymore. It'd be correlative to like 180. This type of orbit because this type of orbit is tough, as John Edwards said in that tweet. This type of orbit really takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy at this point right here. One, because you're still going fast. You have a lot of momentum that's carrying you in that direction, and it takes a lot of rocket fuel to kind of counteract going this way. Right? If you're going against the grain like this, or you're going against the grain like that, your momentum is wanting to take you towards Geo, but burning that way is like turning a car at high speed. You need to put a lot of turning force in, and if you try to take a tight turn, it's not going to work. Rockets kind of work like that. From the FC6 filings, SXM-10 will be stationed at 120 degrees west. Don't forget the satellite still takes weeks to raise its perigee to get into its final slot. It's at 120 west. Huh. 120. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I've first kind of theorized that it's over here somewhere, but that doesn't really correlate with its orbit. But if it's doing course changes, yeah, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 120 west. So that satellite is serving satellite radio basically in the Pacific. The far east part of the Pacific. So, yeah, Falcon 9 probably did a burn that changes its trajectory to something like that. Changing the direction that you're going from that to that requires a lot of rocket fuel. Oh, yeah. That's 120 east. East? Oh, I thought you said west. Well, if it's 120 west, then it's the west coast. There you go. Yeah, that would be off of California somewhere. So, like, California and Hawaii. That's the other side of the Pacific. Sorry, it's hard to remember orbital mechanics in your head and explain it at the same time. But anyway, that's pretty cool, man. That's a cool mission. Very, very good job by Falcon 9's engineers. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. So I got a little bit of an update here from Tori Bruno and ULA. Here, check this out. You should save that drawing. It's pretty good. I can draw it again. I already clicked out of it, dude. Cannon fodder. What's up, man? 13-month streak. XM is a US-based operator. Thank you. All right, so Tori Bruno posted this. This is at the Spacecraft Processing and Operations Center, the SPOC. This is a building that ULA is upgrading.
Discovery, going throttle up.
Yes, it's called Spock because live long and use the Force. They're upgrading the door for the building here. This building is designed to stack Vulcan rockets for commercial missions. Pretty cool. ULA needed to put a bigger door on it because they raised the roof of the entire building. So you can actually see right here, the old roof of the building is right there. And they're going to get rid of it and they're going to install a bigger door. The reason why is because ULA needs a second what's called vertical integration facility, or VIF for short. These VIFs are where they stack their rockets. They have another one down there. See this? See it? It's over there. They have another one down there that they're using for Vulcan missions, and then we have another one over here. This facility here is the former Titan Integrate Transfer and Launch Complex Solid Rocket Motor Assembly Facility, or SMARF for short. ULA has been doing some really serious upgrades to it, like making a bigger door so they could get a bigger rocket in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slimbo, 57 month resub. Thank you. There you go. They also have a very big lattice crane there. Oh, Skittles crane. It's back. Crane has a mast, big old derrick, very long boom, twin jibs, and boom extension. Very good. Also, we got 2 blocks at the top of the crane. One for light stuff, one for heavy stuff. The door is attached to the heavy block because, that's right, it goes in the square hole. Pretty cool. Also, inside of the Spock, ULA personnel are working on this. They're working on Vulcan's mobile launcher, and you could see them moving a piece of the ML into position. Tori Bruno teased on X if anybody knew what that was. Short. Yeah. Anybody know what that is? Don't say a triangle. I will slap you if you say a triangle. A piece. Right angle. A bookshelf support. Yeah, you're not that far off, Kai Fox. Triangle? A triangle? Space rudder? Dingle arm? It's one of Vulcan's hold down points. That's a hold down point, dudes. A 3-sided object. It's a hold down point for Vulcan. It's actually on a hinge and it actually moves out of the way. You know, think about how strong that hinge needs to be to hold up the entire rocket. Pretty dang cool. Somebody actually posted a picture of it down here. So in this shot, this is inside of the other vehicle integration facility. If you look, those pieces are right there. And when the rocket goes to launch, they actually fold inwards. They fold this way. They flip out of the way when Vulcan goes to fly, which is pretty cool. A retractable gantry like this and making the gantry move is really tough to do, especially when you're holding up, you know, like 1,000 tons of rocket. You know, that's kind of heavy duty. I mean, it is a big piece of equipment, dude. Look at that thing. And it moves, which is nuts. I woofed that tortellini. The tortellini surprise is coming back up. I want to change your answer. It's a Spurbury police vehicle. It is? Oh my God! Anyway, so yeah, ULA is making some pretty good progress on Vulcan's new integration and launch facility. Simultaneously, down the road in the other VIF, not that VIF, the other VIF. You talk to the guy? Due to multiple weather delays during launch processing, the launch of the United Launch Alliance Atlas V 551 rocket carrying the second batch of production satellites for Amazon's Project Kuiper, Kuiper 2, is now planned for June 16th, 2025, pending range approval. The launch is scheduled for 1:25 p.m. Eastern at the opening of a 30-minute window from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Yep. So in this picture, fellas, if it's not too foggy, we should be able to look down the road there, and you should be able to see the Spock back there somewhere. It's down there. It's behind these pipes. You can see the cranes for it back there. But yeah, pretty cool. Nice. Weather sucked, Goalie. Yep. Really should you should have the cuttlefish and the asparagus. How many Atlas launches are left? Including this one, I think 16. Yeah, 16. There's 9 Project Kuiper. No, 8 more Project Kuiper missions. And then Starliner is still on the hook to deliver 6 crews to the ISS. So, yeah, 15. Is ULA losing money by having to store Atlas boosters for future Starliner missions? No, mate. That's an inconsequential cost, to be honest with you. No. They would only lose money if they didn't have missions booked up. Every single Atlas left has been bought, which is crazy. Any news on when the next Vulcan launch could be? They have a national reconnaissance mission that basically needs to be teed up after Kuiper KAO2. So after this. The next Vulcan launch should be here. In fact, the Vulcan core and all of its paraphernalia is at the pad. But there were delays with the payload, if I'm remembering correctly. That's a nice GSC rail car. It looks like air conditioning. That's power. You can tell because it's got a generator on it. It's power and probably other things too. This was most likely the payload attachment. The fairing was attached to this because you could still see the load spread for the fairing is still up there. So this is a payload transfer vehicle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know what ULA calls it. They could probably call it transfer payload vehicle instead of payload transfer vehicle. But yeah, you can see the jig for the fairing right there. See the white piece that's back there? This is right after they stacked it. So the payload vehicle would still be there. Peck, 40-month resub. Thank you very much. So yeah, that's what's going on in ULA's world. Now, simultaneously, also happening at the Cape, this is coming from my buddy Jerry Pike. I don't actually know Jerry too well, but he does work for NSF. He's a good dude. Jerry caught these on his drone coming into Port Canaveral. Somebody's moving some methane tanks here. Well, I don't know if they're methane tanks to be absolutely sure, but somebody's moving some GSE. I'm going to guess that they're probably methane tanks, but who knows? So this ship came into port here, BBC Vesuvius. It came into port, which is a light carrier here, a light carrier ship, light cargo carrier ship, not aircraft carrier, with 2 big offloading cranes on it. That thing came into Port Canaveral the other day. I think it was over the weekend. And it's carrying tanks for somebody. Now, well, who's it carrying tanks for? It's either for 39A or pad 37. You sure, Trey? You sure about that?
Discovery,
Hey, Jan.
go at throttle up.
123-month resub. Thanks for being here all this time, man. It means a lot to me. Thank you. You get the odd Harrier landing on those every now and then. I understood that reference. So, now it could be for pad 37, could be for pad 39. We don't know for sure, but you got to remember there's other people cooking down at the Cape right now. If I had to guess, I'd say they're going to Stoke. Stoke is working on complex 14 here. And they posted pictures of them working on the pad. Complex 14. Believe it or not. That's pretty cool, man. Now, what's the significance of Launch Complex 14? LC-14 is where John Glenn launched. Mercury Atlas, man. Right there. Godspeed, John Glenn. There you go. Mercury Atlas missions were launched from there, dude. That's pretty damn cool. Yep. That's where the first American that circled the Earth launched from. Right there. Stoke wants to be flight ready by the end of the year. Yeah, they want to be, but you know, there's this whole physics thing. It's really cool. Who's taking over that pad? Stoke is taking over that pad. Stoke is working on a fully reusable two-stage to orbit medium-duty launch vehicle that has a reusable upper stage that's capsule-shaped, believe it or not. Their Andromeda engine powers that stage, which is a rocket engine that's shaped like a heat shield. Nah, he said duty. Right, I did. That's right. It goes in the duty hole. Wait. No. Just watched the right stuff the other day. Those first Atlases and that turbo pump exhaust thing was a thing. It was a thing, indeed. Hey, Pat. What's going on? Huh? Huh? Oh, the duty hole. I'm really trying to look at this picture and figure out where this picture was taken on the site. Because they're pouring new concrete here. Oh man, I wonder if Harry Stranger has an updated picture here. There's forms for a new flame trench right there. They got a small lattice crane out there. That's not a big boy lattice crane. It's just a tiny guy. How would an engine that's heat shield shaped eventually even remotely be an efficient upper stage in terms of specific impulse? Aerospike, dude. Think Aerospike, Jam. That's the southwest side. I'm trying to figure out where this structure is exactly, Goalie. I'm wondering, see, the reason why is I'm wondering if they're using the original ramp. See, because how they did this with Atlas is the Atlas rocket was carried on a trailer. And the trailer is the transporter erector. And it could just be carried by a fifth wheel. So the truck would drive up here with the Atlas missile in tow, back it up the dang ramp. Right? It would back it up the ramp, and then right here, the Atlas launch pad would tilt 90 degrees, and they would attach the trailer to it. Attach the trailer to the reaction frame, and then bolt Atlas up, right? And then the truck would unlatch from the trailer, and the trailer would stack the missile. Here, I'll show you. It's super cool. Really, really smart. No, not LC-145. Complex 14. See? There it is. This doesn't there's the launch frame for the missile right there. This whole thing, right, would tip over, and the whole thing, the whole missile could be carried in by a truck. Look at this. And then a mobile service tower would be used to get someone in there. The blockhouse right here? Fluffy, the blockhouse is the control center, dude. That's the control room for the rocket. Rocket launch, the launch control wasn't always like 3 or 4 miles away. Back in the day, dude, they were like right next to the rocket, and they had a periscope so they could actually look out and see the damn thing. It's basically a reinforced concrete bunker. Is that a 59? I'm not sure. I'd have to look. Yeah, exactly, Cirrus. So that was Mercury Atlas right there. If we go over to Complex 5, LC5, which is over here, this is where Alan Shepard launched from, dude. The blockhouse is like right there. So this is where Alan Shepard launched. First flight, right there. Mercury Redstone 2, I believe. That's the blockhouse. It is not far away. 300 feet, so it's about 100 meters away. That's real close, even for a rocket like that. That's really close. I'd do it. I'd watch from there. Not a Saturn. No, not something like Saturn or Starship. I'd watch that rocket from there. Sure, why not? That'd be fine. Yeah, dude, they had like reinforced windows that they could see, that you could actually like look out the window and see it. It's pretty cool. Nowadays, LC5 and I believe 6 are the Air Force Space and Missile Museum. There's a bunch of cool stuff out here, like a Delta IV CBC, the only one remaining in existence. And an EMD switcher locomotive. And an IUS. Actually, that's a part of the Gemini program mobile service towers. Just a bunch of different equipment and paraphernalias there. That's an IUS transfer vehicle. There's a Titan 1. An entire Titan 1 just chilling out there. I think that's a Navajo. I think. It's got canards. I don't care. It's a piece of junk. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff out there. It used to be that you had to be that close. Because transmitting the control signals much further was a crapshoot. Yeah. Why are we not using any of the southern launch pads at Canaveral? There's so many, and I bet they could fit a Starship pad if they really tried. The Navy. The Navy operates down here. What do? I have no idea. If I knew, I'd probably get in trouble. Yeah, the last launch that came out of here was out of 17, Complex 17. That is a twin Delta II launch pad. Or was a twin Delta II launch pad. That's what it looks like now. It's just an empty field. That's what it looked like. Boat stuff. Yeah, they do boat stuff or something. Yeah, there is certainly a lot of stuff down here where you could have some fun, but yeah. The furthest south pad that's actually active is LC-46 right there. And that doesn't even get used very much. Most of the rocket launch pads are up here. And then the range is down here. Not a lot of people know that. That's the range right there. People are like, oh, where's the range? Well, it's the building with all the damn antennas. That's the range right there. See all the dishes, all the tracking? You know when they say, oh, ranges go. There you go. Now, see, that building, I don't know what that building is. And if I did, I'd probably get in trouble. I certainly wouldn't tell anybody here. I have no idea what that building is. There's a bunch of buildings down here that are very nondescript. I've seen them. I have no idea what they do. And like I said, don't want to know. Don't feel like getting arrested. Ever. That's a bad idea. Can you name all the active and non-active pads and who owns them? No. Yep, that's the range right there. If you're wondering where the range complex is, it looks like a maximum security prison because I don't think I need to say why you wouldn't want people screwing with that. But yeah, there's like Slick 30 and Slick 31 down here. Those pads are never getting used again. They're missile silos that were used for missile testing, and inside of 31, they dumped all of the pieces of Challenger that they found. Yeah. Yeah. So they don't use those pads anymore. Actually, what's kind of cool is they that piece right there, they pulled it out. They pulled it out of the silo. Just in case anybody was wondering, they pulled it out. It's in a museum. It's at KSCBC. Actually, it wasn't that piece. It was that piece right there. What did they do with all the Columbia stuff? The parts of Columbia that made it through are sitting in the VAB. Yep, Columbia's in the VAB. That's where it's interred. No, it's not going anywhere. Don't ask me why I know that. Not a lot of people do know that. But that's something I can say. It's in the VAB. Yeah, it's in a room, and the only people that have access to it are like the higher ups at NASA. Yeah. I can't say much more, dude. Yeah, it's on one of the higher floors of the VAB, dudes. Yeah, they chose a big room and they put all the remains of the orbiter in there. Fun fact, the Apollo 1 CSM is still around. It's somewhere in DC. They won't say where. Yeah, the families can go in there. The investigation people that were investigating can go in there, and then the families of the astronauts can go in there. And that's it. No one else can. Yeah. But yeah, Stoke is I think those tanks are going to Stoke, dude. I'm just trying to see if I can get my bearings here. Where are we? Where was this picture taken? I don't see any of the original pad paraphernalia here. So at LC 14, this is 14 right here. I don't see any of this ramp structure. Goalie, you said it was on the southwest side, so southwest would be over here somewhere. I wonder if they're still going to use the ramp. And they stripped it all down. Yeah. That's a shame. They took all the footers out? Yeah, that sucks. Man. Dude, there's gonna, like, okay, Is it weird? Like, this is what the Cape looked like 10 years ago. All these pads were abandoned. And now most of them are not. There's only like 1 or 2 here that aren't being used. Even the one that launched the Mercury Atlas mission, which I thought they would never get rid of that pad. They leased it, the Space Force leased it out to Stoke. Oh, nice, Fluffy. That's cool. It's like, well, at one point I was like, oh man, I wish somebody would use all these pads. And now that people are actually using them, I'm like, wait, no, don't demolish all of it. That's history right there. Don't demolish that. You know, like, it's weird how that has flipped. Actually, just on a side note, Blue Origin did something super cool. If you guys want to see, Blue Origin has Slick, or they call it LC36. It's the former Slick 36AB and then Complex 11. Right here, Complex 11 is over here. They needed to combine 3 launch pads to make one for New Glenn because New Glenn's that big of a freaking rocket. The cool thing is that they kept the blockhouse. They kept the old Slick 36 blockhouse, which is super cool. I don't think they're using it for blockhouse stuff. I think it's just storage, but yeah, this was an Atlas 3 launch complex, and before that it was Atlas Centaur, or 2AS and Atlas Centaur before that. Yep. They did show it in Timmy's video. Yeah, that's right. What is the current state of the Apollo 1 pad? So that's Complex 34. Dude, I've heard whisperings that they're gonna lease off Complex 34, which just... Okay. The Stephen Clark article I linked might also suggest who those components are going to aside from Stoke. Yeah. Check Discord. The location is now public. The Apollo 1 command module storage. It's at Langley. Yeah, there you go. Interesting. Are you going to start a new map in Workers, or have you thought about it yet? Dude, the early start with Workers made me just not want to play Workers anymore because I'm in a weird spot, Violent. I'm in a weird spot. Do we finish Yakodrad? Or do we start early start? Like, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. You know? I just don't know. It's at Langley Air Force Base, Cheeseburger, not the CIA. Just start over? But we just got Yakodrad to 1970, man. Dude, I worked so hard planning all that stuff, man. We spent months planning that damn city. Gabagulag! What? Definitely choose something, because no Workers would be sad. Yeah, I'm just, like, hesitant to play. I'm just like, nah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. How'd it go with the car today? It went good, Bob. I got a lot of the frame rail. We rebuilt a lot of the frame rail. I turned the welding voltage up. We blew through all the bad metal and laid a lot of beads for new metal, and then grinded it down and made sure where the leaf spring perch is going to bolt up. Well, not what? Could we make the leaf spring perch bolt up? I think we should. Maybe welding it would probably be better. Why not both? I don't have the time to run 2 republics, dude. But yeah, the frame rail is basically in a position where I'm satisfied enough with the metal that it's going to be solid enough to put the leaf spring perch on. I was finishing up grinding everything nice and smooth, and my power went out because God does not want me to finish working on that stupid car. I'm convinced it's an act of God at this point. Yeah. Every time this week I've tried to work on this car, something weird has happened like that. Like, be it me sick or, you know, the power going out. Like, we are boats against the current. He's just telling you to put the grinder down. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. The power came right back on, guys. We had a power surge or something, or a rolling blackout or something. I don't know, something. God be like, I miss EJ playing the vidya. So generator when? Maybe you can have a poll to have chat decide to continue Yakograd or start a new start map. It'll come out 50-50. It happens every time, Violent. What do you think about Satisfactory? 1.1 came out today. That's kind of cool. I haven't really thought about it, dudes, to be honest. Anyway, Stoke is working on Complex 14. Stoke is also doing some tank tests where, well, they crush the tank under load. Structures team isn't just crushing it, it's growing too. The structures test took a single stage 1 tank barrel to failure, validating our analysis methods and knockdown factors. Get in early for the opportunity of a lifetime. Senior structural engineer, structures engineer. That is a load test stand. Putting compression load on their tank structures. You could see it's causing some problems around oh. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, God prefers Chevelles. Nah. God's a Plymouth Superbird kind of guy. Think about it. Think about it. It makes sense. Got giant angel's wings. It feels like sing lead vocals for Leonard Skinner. And I'm in the first row, and I am hammered drunk. Anyway. Yeah, Aqualex, that's a good point. This is why you max Q. They throttle down the engines to prevent a higher dynamic pressure, because there are certain points during a rocket's ascent where it can't move the air out of the way fast, and compression load gets induced on the vehicle. Let me just tell you that you do not want that happening to your rocket when you're flying. You do not want this. See the little crumples? That would be very bad. Okay, don't cross the streams. Good safety tip, Egon. God probably drives a Nash Metropolitan. I can see that. God drives a Studebaker Pilot. Nice car. Anyway. So, let's, actually, let's keep with the, let's stay in with, stuff that's going on down the Cape, shall we? I'm gonna move some stuff around. Okay, so check this out. Here. Take a peek right here. SpaceX will begin removing the largest structures at ULA's old Delta 4 launch pad in Florida as soon as this week. This is an ARSE. Sorry. This is an Ars Technica article here from Stephen Clark. Let's see. What's he's up to here? I'll link this over here. Make sure you go over and click this stuff. Click this stuff. Jesus said the rich are probably not going to heaven, so God probably drives a Taurus. I drive around old cars. I drive around economical cars, so... Everybody else calls them crap boxes. The U.S. Air Force is moving closer to authorizing SpaceX to move into one of its largest launch pads at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, with plans to use the facility for up to 76 launches of the company's Starship rocket each year. Yep. Yeah, that draft environmental environmental impact statement, the EIS, was released by the Department of the Air Force, which includes the Space Force, found SpaceX's planned use of Slick 37 at Cape Canaveral would have no negative impacts on the local environment, historical, social, or cultural interests. The Air Force also found that SpaceX's plans at Slick 37 will have no significant impact on the company's competitors in the launch industry. Brian covered this in NSF Starbase update. Oh, yeah?
Just a week on from Starship Flight 9, SpaceX are already gearing up.
We're not
for
watching the whole video.
Flight 10.
If you want, go over to NSF and watch it. Is that Mr. Yak?
To receive 15% off all hover pens for the next 48 hours. It'll be 10% off after that. Plus, you'll get free shipping to most countries. Thanks again to Novium for sponsoring this video and for making a cool product.
He's orange! Alright, Slick 37 stuff. Alright, here we go.
Launch from this brand new pad. Brace yourself for this one. They are planning to launch 76 times per year.
Ryan. Okay.
76, which combined with the 40 proposed from LC-39A brings the total planned Starship launches from the Cape to over 100 per year. Indeed, they're also requesting 76 Super Heavy landings and 76 Starship landings.
Yeah. Yes.
With up to 20% of annual launches potentially being scrubbed. Curiously, they're even considering very long and large-scale missions, as they note that the Super Heavy lands minutes after launch, but a Starship might land between hours and years after mission launch.
Outed? Let me guess. 2.5 years? Maybe? Maybe something like that? 2.5 years? Bah humbug, 116 isn't even as many as launches as Falcon. Yeah, I know, they suck, right? Like, or something.
Quite the remarkable planning scope. In the overall summary of activities, they're estimating a maximum of 396 annual activities.
Shnikes, dude. Bro. Deadbringer. 63-month resub, dude, you gotta be kidding me.
This includes static fires for both vehicles, 76 each, up to 16 scrubs, 76 landings for each vehicle, and naturally 76 launches. So I hope you enjoy NSF streams, because if these plans come to fruition, Space Coast Live might be just a little bit busier. Overall, SpaceX is proposing not one, but 2 launch pads at the Slick 37 complex.
Oh, nice
Both
overlay.
comprise launch pads, launch mounts, integration towers, launch diverter or trench structures, landing pads, and landing catch towers or test stands. plans. The latter suggests, and we'll get more details on this later, that this complex combines the functions of Massey's and the orbital launch site. They intend to test ships and boosters on these pads as well, which will necessitate a rather intriguing OLM design to accommodate ships. Let's analyse these plans in greater detail. We have a schematic showing where everything within
I'm telling you, dudes, the new OLM design, you could put the Massey stand on top of it. Remember I had that idea a little while back of them putting a ship on top of the OLM? You guys remember that? No? I suggested at Pad B that they could do a full duration test of Starship on Pad B, so provided that you had the water systems for it, if you put Massey's stand on top of the OLM. Just saying. Nope, you said nothing.
within the pad perimeter will be positioned and what kind of areas SpaceX has planned. Naturally, this will also include more general elements.
Starship will never be a viable product. It has way too many engineering flaws to overcome. You think so, Floor?
Such as stormwater retention ponds, which we see
No, it's
Canadian?
everywhere at the Kennedy
70-month
Space Center
resub. What's
and the
up,
Space
dude?
Force Station. However, most of the mentioned structures are rather interesting. Let's begin at the southern end of the pad. There we have the ground support building and equipment. This will most likely be used.
Yeah, you know what, Floor? You might be right. I think you're right. I think you know, this whole SpaceX thing is just a complete racket. It's just a big. No, you're out. You're 100% wrong. It'll work. Give him some time.
For swift Starship repairs, general maintenance, and serve as the primary building at the site, capable of supporting launch preparation operations. Next, of course, we have the tank farm. Indeed, much like Starbase, it appears there will be one
it's gonna
enormous
basically
tank
look like
farm
that.
supporting both pads. At the northwestern part of the pad, areas are designated for liquid methane, liquid nitrogen, and liquid oxygen storage. Additionally, this area includes liquefiers and a natural gas area. According to the document, this area will be used to filter impurities such as mercury, sulfur, water, and carbon dioxide from the methane, upgrading the methane from
Interesting.
pipeline quality to a much higher grade substance. The surplus gas would also be utilised for power generation within the system. The document also details the methane liquefier. This would be used to supercool natural gas into a liquid state for storage and transportation, aiding in the management of the vast tank farm. There's one final tank farm related item you might recall from early Boca Chica tests, an air separation unit, or ASU. This proposed
Wow,
unit
what's
would
up, man?
enable on-site generation of nitrogen and oxygen rather than transporting it to the pad. This mirrors plans at Starbase, although, apart from experimentation with a single ASU we saw some time ago, it seems SpaceX has not yet fully implemented this project. Let's turn to the launch pads. It appears both pads will each have their own deluge system, much like Starbase. This is marked as water storage tanks. Additionally, both pads feature a launch integration tower and a mount, which appears to be designed similarly to the flame trench in Starbase. One pad will be located in the northern part, while the other will be in the southern part of the complex. Both seem to be oriented in the same direction, allowing for an unobstructed return to the chopsticks from the open Atlantic Ocean without a tower obstructing the path. On the following page, we're provided with further details about the vehicles planned for this complex. By the way, please disregard these renders in the document. It appears the overall designs are quite outdated, though the information itself is not. The proposed vehicle for this launch pad is 150 meters tall, matching the 150-meter vehicle we've seen in similar paperwork for the
The Floor Master, what are you saying? Cavitation in stage 1, slush fluid movement in stage 2, re-entry, curves that are clearly not strong enough to withstand re-entry, just to name a few. You really consider all those insurmountable problems? Those are all problems that was encountered with the Saturn V and the shuttle, dude. They solved them then. What makes you think they can't solve them now? Not that NASA is SpaceX, but you'd put your money on Rocket Lab before I would touch Starship with a 50-foot cattle prod. Floor, I honestly don't understand how you can look at Starship's hardware and then look at something like Neutron and be like, yep, that's the guy. That's a little strange. It's a little strange, dude. Weird. Like, considering, I mean, first of all, you're comparing rockets in completely different classes, right? If we're going to compare Neutron to anything, we're going to compare it to Falcon 9, and I'm pretty sure Falcon 9 has been eating Neutron's lunch. Like, not that I hate Rocket Lab. I think Sir Peter Beck's awesome. I love Rocket Lab. But, like, I'm just kind of curious to your thought process. You know, you look at all this, you look at the billions of dollars that are being spent at the Cape, at, you know, Boca Chica, and 39A, and then SpaceX launching like a Falcon 9 like once every 2 days, and you go, no, this isn't for me, fam. It's just that's very strange. Anyway.
Cape and Starbase previously. So this seems to be the upper limit of SpaceX's vision for this vehicle, at least for now. The same applies to the thrust, which has an upper limit of 103 meganewtons.
Yeah,
the upper stage is up to 28 meganewtons and features up to
No,
9
I haven't,
engines
Taco.
as
Haven't seen
anticipated
it.
for future vehicles.
Nice.
What's particularly intriguing about this information page is the time frame for getting this all operational. Quote, the first Starship Super Heavy launch from Slick 37
Some of it, Bob.
would
There's
be
2
planned
plants.
to occur in 2026. Up to 450 additional full-time employees or contractors would be needed to support launch activities 24 hours per day, 7 days per week throughout the year.
Dude, back it up. Ryan, hold up a second. Back it up here. The first Starship Super Heavy launch from Slick 37 would be planned to occur in 2026. Up to 450 additional full-time employees or contractors would be needed to support launch activities 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the year. I'm just saying he's a child. It's pretty clear, purely clinical observation. What clinic did you go to that has confirmed this? Clinical? You're not using that word in the right context there. What are you talking about, man? What clinic did you go to figure this one out? That's really confusing. You're really confusing me. What are you talking about, man? I thought weren't you just talking about Starship a second ago? You're not making any sense. Seems you have a troll. Trey, I like talking to people about this stuff. I'm just interested. I'm interested in their thought process. $450 full-time employees supporting launch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That sounds a lot like an airport. Or should I say
Discovery, go at throttle up.
spaceport? That's pretty cool. Well, I mean, if we want to talk here, I want to hear what Ryan has to say. What else Ryan has to say about Slick 37, and then we can talk about the viability of it if you want.
The year. Thus, this launch pad is intended to be operational by the end of next year in 19 months' time.
Yeah,
we can expect
okay.
a tremendous surge in construction activity in this area, and we may have already noticed early signs of it. Recall that our team member Anthony recently flew over the Cape and observed indications that they might soon construct another Starship tower.
I don't know
This
him.
could be the first of
Who are
2
these
launch
people?
towers at Slick 37.
Anthony, who are you?
By the way, these towers will be considerably larger than those in Starbase. The anticipated height is 182 meters, approximately 20% taller than the towers in Starbase, which are under 152 meters. The primary focus of the next few
525
pages is
feet.
information on the operations of this program and how SpaceX intends to manage vehicle transport and landings at Slick 37. First, something we've heard for quite some time now, and here it is again, Starship, Super Heavy and components would arrive from SpaceX's Starbase in Texas. The components would be transported horizontally via a barge from the
Breakover device. There you go. Oh, that's going to be sick seeing a Starship transported on its side. That's going to be cool, man. The whole Cape area deserves a huge boost in jobs. It's sad to see how many communities were affected post-shuttle. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you pull the rug out on 5,000 freaking employees because of, frankly, idiotic policy, Jared. But yeah, it's getting better now. getting better. It's getting back to what it was.
The port of Brownsville, Texas to CCSFS, Port Canaveral, Hangar AF Wharf or KSC Wharfs, and then delivered to the launch
Port Canaveral, Hangar AF. Dude, Hangar AF is where they used to drop off SRBs. That's pretty cool. KSC Turning Basin. Yep.
site via over-the-road transport. Indeed, it appears the initial ships and boosters here would not originate from the planned Roberts Road Star Factory and Gigabay, but would be exclusively constructed at Starbase and then loaded onto a barge and transported horizontally to the Cape. So in the future, we'll see 80-meter long
123-month
vehicles, 9
resub.
meters wide,
Thanks, buddy.
lying on a massive barge, transporting them across the Gulf to Florida, which is going to be quite a sight. The details of launch.
What kind of barge are you going to use to move a super heavy around? Holy cow. Actually, you could... The Pegasus barge could move it. Now that I'm thinking about it. It's definitely big enough. Can it handle that much weight, though?
In static fire tests are not particularly riveting. However, the landing scenarios are noteworthy. According to the document, there are 3 ways a super heavy mission could conclude. First, a return to launch site operation where it would be caught by the integration tower, as we've seen multiple times now. Alternatively, it could land on a floating platform stationed no closer than 9.26 kilometers off the coast. So the sea platform plan isn't entirely abandoned either. Both scenarios would release up to 26 metric tons of methane and oxygen into the atmosphere, as SpaceX would vent the remaining propellant rather than capture it.
Yeah. Okay. I was venting the paint fumes. It's hang on, guys. It's popper time. Come up here. You want to come up here?
I want the bag.
You want the bag? He wants the bag?
Here, guys. It's the body. It's the doctor bear.
How you feeling? Still meh? Yeah.
Day cooled up.
What's that?
Day cooled up.
Day quilled up. All right. Hey, do me a favor. Don't drink too much of that, okay? Nothing. Jug. Don't do that.
No, I won a couple hours ago, but it's because I took a couple hours ago. So
Okay.
we will see. They just switched this thing between the note my nose and it's not going out the whole way.
Yeah. Chat says they hope you're okay.
Thank you, chat.
Dr. Bear. Hello, my boy. Hello, my dear.
NyQuil.
Dude, I passed out last night. I took some of that, remember? And I fell asleep during the episode, but all day I was like, I just want to get to this episode.
Nope.
And I fell asleep. I want you to know I have now seen all 15 seasons of Supernatural. I'm back to the start.
Okay.
So you can't give me shit anymore.
Language, please.
You can't give me a hard time anymore.
About what?
I'm skipping the first 3. Because I went back and I watched them.
Yeah, but you watched them out of order.
Well, I had very clear reasons that I'm glad I did that.
Ramon wants a 67 Impala now.
The Corvette.
Coronet is fine.
Anyway, I moved all the way back to Lazarus Rising.
What is that?
That's the name of season 4, episode 1.
Are you gonna watch it again now?
I am. My plan was to go. So the original Supernatural plot, the way they were going, they were only gonna do 6 seasons. So now that I've watched through season 15, I was just gonna watch the first 6.
That makes sense.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. What is chat? I don't.
Yeah, I know, Blitz. That's, yeah. Car guy's wife says buy a classic car. Yeah, Brimo needs our next purchase to be either a Ford Bronco or a Volkswagen, an old Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah.
Dang, that sucks. Don't twist my arm.
DJ's life is so hard.
I know, my life is so hard. Jeez, that's awful.
I'm gonna go lay back down before I fall.
All right, feel better, baby.
Alright, I love you.
Love you too. She hasn't been feeling good all day, guys. That's why I've kind of been intermittent on the streaming. Trying to take care of my car-loving wife. Your son is making your wife watch Doctor Who from the start. They're about 40 episodes in Technicolor, still in the 60s. See you in a couple of months. Broncos, will she compromise on a Scout? No. Brimo likes Broncos. The reason why is that her family had a 96 Eddie Bauer to pull their camper up to northern Michigan back in the day. And so she's quite fond of 9th gen Broncos. Well, not 9th gen Broncos. Technically, that's a 3rd gen Bronco. Broncos that are based off of the 9th generation F series. Technically. Get a white one. Oh, wait. Well, I have the white truck, so Brimo's... All right. Quick car detour. Just real quick. I swear we'll get back to Ryan in a second. I've talked to my father-in-law about this many times. Brimo's family, their Bronco looked like this. It was candy apple red. That's red with the tan with the Eddie Bauer. That's pretty nice. I like that. I will find one. Bob, your dad painted it? Probably. Crazy. Yeah, that deep red looks very nice. Now that's a ride. Hey Roblox, what's going on? What's up, my guy? Everything's good. What version was OJ's? OJ was an Oxford White 96 Eddie Bauer. It was Oxford White, though. If you really want to know. Here. Why is it called an Eddie Bauer? Eddie Bauer, Ford in the 90s partnered with Eddie Bauer to make a trim level for their trucks. Eddie Bauer was the plushest, highest level trim. So 96 Eddie Bauer was the highest trim. There was a Bronco base, there was an XL, XLT, and XLT Eddie Bauer. They replaced that with Lariat in the late 90s, if you really want to know. Don't ask me why I know this information. I'm a car guy. I have tons of random information up there. Yeah, then they introduced like King Ranch. Actually, they made King Ranches in the 90s. That was a trim level. But King Ranches used to be a trim level only sold in Texas. That's how it used to be back in the day. They don't do that anymore. Ah, the Chewbacca defense. 67 Apollo 427. Yeah, baby. Would it make sense for SpaceX to attempt a booster catch with Booster 16 on Flight 10? They probably will, Roblox, yeah. Captain Crash, Blue 92, set, hut. 351, Rover, set, hut. They put Windsors in those things, if you remembered. So, yeah, they did. I don't think they made a manual Bronco, so it would have been either... So, 3 engines would have came in a Bronco in 96. They would have had the 4.9 inline 6, the 5 liter, or the 351. 5 liter and the 351 are both Windsor motors. The 4.9 is an inline 6 motor. They did have a man. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It would have came with a either an E40D or an M50D M2. Yes, that's right. I don't know what the transfer case would have been. I forget. I don't remember. Hey, no, I was just pointing out the engine. How many Broncos could Starship put into low Earth orbit? 50 at once, if you could fit all of them. Was the 351 good by then? Oh, here we go. My Ford truck nerd is going to show. Yes, it would have been really good by then. They introduced roller cams into 351s in 1995. So 95, 96, 97, 351s came with a stock roller. They are unkillable. Source, have one. It does not die. It won't die. Like, just doesn't die. I don't know what the hell that's about. Yeah, those 351s that they were cranking out in the late 90s are really nice motors. Really, really nice. The heads kind of suck because emissions. But other than that, very nice. What is that vibrating sound? It's the fan. I have a fan on right now. There. It won't vibrate no more. I saw that, Phil. We'll go back to that article in a moment. Let's finish up with Ryan here. Oil pans were the issues with those. Yeah, Postal, my oil pan gasket is leaking. I gotta redo it. Eventually, we'll pull the motor out of the 97 and we'll fix it. Eventually. Right now, I just top it off. It's just a slow leak. The oil pan gasket is screwed. Replacing it is a pain in the butt. You got to lift the engine up off the mounts. You can't pull the pan. It'll get stuck on the cross member. It's a big pain in the butt. I've looked into it. I figure we'll, after the crew cab charger is done, the 97 becomes the new project. I'll bring the 97 in here. We need a front axle for it. I want to convert it to a solid front axle. And then we need... it's already a 5-speed, which is pretty cool. And I'll keep the 351. We'll fix the dang 351. And then we need to make it 4x4. It has the provisions in the floor for a transfer case shifter. We just gotta find the right one. What I would like is a 351 with the CF5 4x4, and I think it has an MP205 transfer case behind it. Dana 60 front, Sterling 1025 back. I want lockers and limited slip front and back, with 410s. Yeah, that's what I want to do with that truck. Yeah, we'll do it. It'll be good. That is a little ways off, though. We have to make sure that the car that's in the garage right now, no, not that feed. Oh, Primo's coming back. We have to make sure the car in the garage is not missing a floor.
Oh.
They saw you on camera for a second.
Oh gosh.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
so sorry, chat. I wanted to share this strawberry with you because it's our first one.
You picked it?
I picked it. It needed to be picked.
Let me see. I'm not going to eat it. You can eat it. Look, we grew a strawberry. It's kind of deformed, but we grew a strawberry. We have a strawberry plant in the backyard, and we are bearing the fruits of that labor. Here.
No, you take a bite. I'll take a bite.
That's tasty.
That was a good strawberry.
Yeah, that's a good strawberry. Mmm. You can have it. It's all good. Looks like 3 strawberries combined. Hey, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I didn't want to eat it without you.
Okay. Love you too. Is it red inside? It's red inside, yeah. Or at least I think it was. Did I spill it on me? No freaking way. Congrats on the strawberry. Yeah, we should get a lot more, Boone. Yeah. Did you just give her cooties? Yeah, maybe. Anyway. Hang on. Give me one sec. I gotta find the... Okay. Let's finish here in Ryan in the Starbase update. Brimo doesn't want a Russian car. W. That's not happening.
The third scenario is, of course, a super heavy expendable scenario, in which the booster would end up in a predetermined splashdown zone. Once again, there's no surprises there.
Hey, I know that guy.
On the subsequent page, we can see these landing zones are more clearly defined. The yellow bar here indicates the potential super heavy landing area, which, naturally, could be quite adaptable depending on the targeted orbit and mission profile. As for the ship,
Bro. Holy crap.
it appears the re-entry corridor will pass over Tampa and just south of Orlando before landing at Slick 30.
Dude, it's gonna fly over Disney World. That's cool.
This closely resembles the Space Shuttle re-entry corridor used for the Kennedy Space Center landings. Regarding the splashdown zones for expendable scenarios, we're seeing several areas around the Gulf and near the Cape, as well as designated areas in the Indian Ocean and numerous potential landing zones in the Pacific for what are, hopefully, very rare expendable mission profiles. This entire report, of course, is merely the released draft for the Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. Nothing has been approved just yet. There will be a comment period and further amendments before it is fully approved and implemented. On the project's website, we can see that the release of this public draft EIS was scheduled for spring, which I suppose it nearly managed. For the summer, public comment meetings are planned and the draft EIS will be adjusted accordingly before the final EIS is published in autumn 2025. This would then clear SpaceX for construction. Currently, the FAA and SpaceX have 3 in-person meetings scheduled for July and another virtual meeting later in July, so brace yourself for some lively comments from those who support or oppose the idea of over 100 Starship launches annually from the Space Coast. The good news is we have our cameras ready to capture all of this progress, so keep an eye on Space Coast Live 24/7. Moving.
If you want to see the rest of the update there, I'll link up this video. Go over there and hit up my boys over at NSF. Support them if you can. Even just with views, it really helps, man. I can confirm that you make a pretty good amount of money off ads on YouTube if the video is monetized correctly. And so, like, the videos that don't get claimed by some moron because I burped and they're like, no, that's my sound, right? Like, the ones that are open to monetization do make some pretty good money. Like, it's kind of nuts, dude. How many people are going to hear this thing launch down there? Yeah, yes. I'm sure no one's going to have any problems with Starship launching that much ever, right? Right? I'm sure it'll go through without a hitch. I'm sure no one will obfuscate that. I mean, have an opposing opinion about Starship launching that much. Certainly that will just happen. Will you hear one in Jacksonville? I don't think so, Andy. I think that's a little far off, dude. Never gonna happen. I'm fairly confident they can only build 5 a year at their present rate. Man. You don't see them building like a whole nother one? They're building a whole nother factory? Like they're building 2 huge factories that are like bigger than the VAB almost, like at the Cape and in Starbase. Like, did we miss that one? They will not be able to scale. They don't have the manpower. Floor, you know they can do this thing. There's this thing that you do when you need, like, and I'm not trying to be a dick, like maybe a little bit, maybe just a little bit. There's this thing that you can do. What's that called? Hire more people? Like, there's that thing, like, why? I have a question, like, oh, they won't be able to scale. They don't have the personnel, so they won't just hire more people? Like, why? I'm genuinely like, you have some dissenting opinions here, and I don't mind that. That's cool. I'm wondering your thought process. Like, what can they not just hire more people? Like, what is your, like? Oh no, they can't do that. They do not have the resources and personnel to do it. Not for at least 6 more years. Where did you get 6 more years from? Yeah, I'm very curious here. Based on their annual revenue statements. Where did you get those? They are public. Can you link me one, dude? SpaceX is a private company. If they are releasing revenue statements, this is the first time I'm hearing about it, dude. I'd like to, if you could get me a link to one, I'd really, really like to look at it. Let me see. You got a link up? I can see it. This is not SpaceX, dude. This is a public investment guide. This isn't SpaceX Actual. None of this. This is not the font that SpaceX uses. This is not the background that SpaceX uses. This is an investment guide. Who is it from? From the authors. This is from a bunch of VP here. As authors of these reports, we take pride in proving in-depth factual information that helps potential investors understand space companies better. This isn't SpaceX Actual, dude. This is a bunch of analysts at Mach 33, which is probably a company that does capital assessment. Mach 33 Capital Market Asset Management. It's enough to make decisions. Well, you said it was official a second ago, man. Dude, I'm not. This isn't like a total window into SpaceX's financials. It's based off of market speculation, which, I mean, it might be right, dude, but I don't know, man. You just seemed super certain a second ago. Look, man, all I'm saying is reconsider what you're basing your opinions off of. And SpaceX's financials are a very closely guarded secret. Source, I know a lot of people that work there. They don't talk about that stuff, dude. They don't disclose that information. They very rarely do. They've only disclosed financials like that when they have to. Like for commercial crew missions or any NASA missions where the firm fixed price and the contracting has to be public discourse because you have to see how your tax dollars are being spent. The only other time I can recall in recent memory where SpaceX has actually brought it up, was when Kathy Leaders, who runs Starbase, or ran Starbase, I don't know if she still does, had a report that said what the total amount of money that was invested into Starbase since they, started building down there was? It was a lot. It was a couple billion dollars, I think, like 450 million a year or something for the last 5 years or something. It was something absurd. That's the only other time I've ever heard them disclose anything, and I keep a pretty close eye on it, dude. You'd bet on Relativity, Blue Origin, or Rocket Lab, just saying. Okay. I mean...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hi streamer, EJ, I would like to invest in your stream. You make good rocket videos.
Okay. Elon did the other day comparing NASA budget to SpaceX. Yeah, that's right, David. That would be right as well. I mean, I don't know, dude. Lord, like, here's the thing. I'm willing to have a discussion with people. That's all fine and dandy, dude. But, it might not seem like they have the numbers, but SpaceX has this weird thing, dude. They have this real weird thing where everybody says they can't do something, and then they go and do it. You go back 5 years ago, people were saying you're never going to... Actually, dude, you go back to when SpaceX first started proposing landing boosters in the first place. People said, no, you'll never be able to land one. And then they landed one. And then everybody's saying, oh, you'll never be able to launch it and land it twice. And then they did. And then it was, you'll never be able to land it 10 times. And now people say, like, oh, you're never going to recoup your investment off of it. You're never going to launch. Reusability still financially doesn't make sense. When in reality, SpaceX built Falcon 9 with reusability with the intention of building a internet satellite constellation like Starlink, and Starlink being their primary avenue of revenue, right? So you don't really make money off of launching Starlinks. You make money off of Starlinks providing a service, right? So, but the point that I'm trying to make is that people still don't understand that. They're deliberately obtuse because, I don't know, they got a bone to pick. I don't know, bro. Like, people are all, Floor, I've heard this story. People always say, oh, you're never going to do it. They're never going to do it. They're never going to do it. And then they do. And then they do. People say you're never going to catch a booster. Heck, I even said they wouldn't catch the booster on the first try. And yet, here we are. Well, when they do, I'll be wrong. I mean, Flora, I'm not saying that anything is sure in this business, dude, to be very clear, because it's not. Nothing is sure. With spaceflight, you have to make it sure. You know what I mean? This is a very unforgiving business. Stuff can quite actually blow up in your face real fast if you're not careful. Nothing is certain for sure, but dude, I think what I think is going on is that there's a lot of people skeptical of the Starship program because I think we're at a very interesting point in spaceflight history in general. Now, hear me out here. Hear me out. Now think about this for a second. We're at a pivotal point where, you mentioned some problems that Starship is having right now, right? And I said that, all those problems are problems that were solved between either Saturn V and the space shuttle, right? But Starship is eventually going to get to a point where there's no NASA paper. There's no NASA paper to look at. You're not standing on the shoulders of the Apollo program anymore. Now, if that's what you're getting at, sure. Yeah, absolutely. If that's what you're getting at, yeah, SpaceX is going to have to start tooling up stuff themselves. There's going to be no NASA paper or a past program or anything that you can look to when you're trying to launch this thing 76 times a year. No one has ever done that with a vehicle this large. The only people that have done it is SpaceX themselves with Falcon 9. Nothing has launched 76 times a year other than Falcon 9 to my knowledge. Right? So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the challenges involved with getting SpaceX's stakeholder expectations 100% viable are something that's going to be easy to do or guaranteed, because that's not true. Getting in-flight refueling figured out, getting their tile system dialed in correctly, that's all going to take time because you're in uncharted territory here. What I'm trying to tell you is that Von Braun wishes he had a rocket like that. You wish you had a rocket like this. This is the kind of stuff Von Braun dreamed about, you know? Rocket Lab has 70 launches. Well, yeah, I'm talking about in a year. Rocket Lab, I think, actually, how many missions have they run? I don't think they haven't done 70 this year. I think they've done 70 total. And that's impressive, dude, for sure. But you got to look at the tonnage that they're moving. Electron is a fantastic rocket. I love that thing. I think the Rutherford engine is a very good design. It's kind of sucks that it's a technological dead end. Even Rocket Lab themselves have gotten away from the electronically driven the electronically driven fluid impellers, right? With their neutron rocket. But here's the thing, man. All rocket science is difficult, but
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And this is not I'm not trying to disparage Rocket Lab in any way, shape, or form. No way. This stuff is difficult. But there's trying to launch Electron 76 times a year, and then there's trying to launch Falcon 9 76 times a year. And then there's trying to launch Starship 76 times a year. You know, I'm not trying to say that Rocket Lab is bad. It's damn impressive, and it's cool that we're even having this conversation. But I agree that it is a higher factor of difficulty. But to compare it and be like, oh, I'm going to bet on them. Well, yeah, that's the easy thing to say, dude. That's the way easy thing to say. You know why it's an easy thing to say? Because it's a much easier rocket to launch. You know? It's not much longer. Other companies are at SpaceX's heels. You really think so? You really think so? Who? If you don't mind me asking. Go drive around Long Beach. I'm not lying. Been to Long Beach. I know that Rocket Lab's facility is there. I have a picture of me with my truck in front of it. It was right next to Virgin Orbit's facility, who is not there anymore. And Relativity has the old McDonnell Douglas aircraft manufacturing plant. Relativity might do something. We'll see. We got a video from them that we're going to look at a little later in Space News. Spin Launch almost went bankrupt. And if Spin Launch could ever match Starship's payload to orbit on an annual basis, I would be very impressed. Yeah. Spin Launch is in the facility by the, it's Mercedes' facility, right? That's next to it right there. And the Mercedes facility still says Fly Douglas Jets on it. Believe me, I've been there. Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. All these other companies are cool, and I'm really happy that all these other companies exist, but you'd be out of your mind to say that they're nipping at SpaceX's heels. They are absolutely not. The only one that's even going to the only one that can even come close is Blue. Blue has reused a booster, albeit suborbital, right? And they have the industrial and technical base to potentially match their cadence. There's just one little problem. Falcon 9 has launched over 500 times with 450 plus reuses. New Glenn has launched once and never been recovered. There's a little bit of a discrepancy there between those, don't you think? Now time will tell, for sure. Time will tell. Maybe do I want to see New Glenn launch 500 times? Yes, I do. Yes. Please do that. That would be very nice. That would be great. I would like that a lot. But, you know, you say everybody's nipping at SpaceX's heels. And my question back to you is, why? How are they doing that? That's very interesting. You're betting money on other companies. This isn't investment advice, but be ready to lose. Be ready to lose, my dude. You're going to bet against SpaceX? All right. Okay, have fun with that, dude. I mean, if you like losing money, that's cool. Yeah, and capping, that's what I mean. Empirically, no one is nipping at SpaceX's heels. They're not even close. They're not even on the same page. The only one that comes close is Rocket Lab with the amount of launches, and Blue with the amount of technical base. Blue is gigantic. Blue Origin's just as big as SpaceX. But here's the thing. That's great. You have a nice big company. NASA has proven that you can be gigantic and not do anything. You know what I mean? Now, you can't compare public to private. I get it. But once again, I wouldn't bet against SpaceX even if I didn't like Elon or SpaceX. You'd be out of your mind. Saying that other companies are right at their heels, dude, is objectively denying reality. That's careful with that. Careful to let that obstruct your vision, especially when it comes to money, because you're gonna lose money. Yeah, Uncle Lex, interesting, right? I don't know, man. I mean, if that's how you want to look at it, that's how you want to look at it. Knowing any, yeah, right. But no one is nipping at SpaceX's heels. They're not even close. That could change in the future, and I hope it does. That would be great. But honestly, by the time somebody even gets close to launching on a cadence that's even anywhere near, like that's even half of Falcon 9's current launch cadence, like maybe once a week. If Blue could get New Glenn launching once a week, I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love that. By the time it's going to take to scale to do something like that, SpaceX will have Starship figured out, dude. I'm pretty sure. There's no glaring problem with Starship that like Starship does have a lot of things that they need to get right. Thermal protection systems are tough. The shuttle program taught us that. Pretty straightforward. But dude, you'd be crazy if the company whose mission statement is get to Mars and make life multiplanetary wouldn't be hell-bent for leather to solve those problems. They're going to. They're gonna get it. Just like Blue is going to get it, man. Blue will start launching New Glens a lot. It'll come out of nowhere. It'll be like a New Glenn launch once every couple of months, and then once every couple of months will turn into once a month. And then once a month will turn into every 2 weeks. And then every 2 weeks will turn into once a week. You know, like, it'll happen. It's just going to take a second to scale. But like I said, that's going to take some time. I'd say 5 years. And that's just an estimate. I hope they don't take that long. It might be even quicker. I would really hope that it's quicker than that. But you're right. Scaling a company does take time. SpaceX can do it I think SpaceX can do it relatively quickly, though. My thing about Blue is that they're scaling like crazy, and I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I think it's great. They're scaling. They don't have the flight data behind them. They don't have the flight data behind them. And that's not a problem. That's not necessarily a bad thing. You can do this by just launching more and more. That's what SpaceX did, but you'd have to, in order to do that, you got to scale. We got to see more. Now, speaking of all that, New Glenn's second mission will take place net August 15th. This is coming from Dave Limp. Following in the footsteps of our first booster, we've chosen the name Never Tell Me the Odds for Glenn Stage 1, serial number 2. They call it Tail 2. Don't call it that. That's confusing with New Shepard. One of our key mission objectives will be to land and recover the booster. This will take a little bit of luck and a lot of excellent execution. We're on track to produce 8 GS2s this year. We're on track to produce 8 Glen Stage 2s this year, and the one will fly on the second mission was hot-fired in April. Gratitim Ferociter. See, this is what I'm talking about. You've produced 2 cores, objectively 1.5, because Glen Stage 2 serial number 1, or Glen Stage 1 serial number 1, New Glen First Stage serial number 1 was built last year. So they're on track to produce 8 upper stages and 1 first stage. Now, that could be intentional, it could be on purpose. It's probably on purpose because they intend to reuse the booster. But they intended to reuse the last booster too. Once again, I'm not saying that this one won't land. I think I think if anybody's going to do it, anybody other than SpaceX is going to do it. Blue has experience landing boosters. They have a lot of experience landing New Shepard. So if they can mechanically get the booster to hold up and get to their drone ship, I think they'll land. I absolutely think they will. But even then, you got to take that stage back and you have to once over everything. You have to figure out what your pre-flight and post-flight, or post-flight and pre-flight checks are, the breakover device. You have to transport it back to the HIF, put another upper stage on top of it, do the reintegration. You're not going to do that quickly the first time. You're not going to do that quickly the second time. And if you do try to do that quick, it'll explode. I forget, was it ever said publicly why the first one didn't land? Theorist, I don't remember, dude. I don't remember. I honestly have no clue. If I had to guess, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the reentry heating got it. I think the reentry heating went up through the engines and scorched them from the inside out. Ironically, very similar to early Starship stuff. And even a couple of Falcon 9s. I believe JCSat 14 and JCSat 16 had that exact problem. That's my guess. It's either that or, well, the entry burn started, right? The entry burn started, and because we saw some fire from GS1 during the exoatmospheric retropropulsive burn. Sorry, I don't know why I say it like that. It's really weird. During the entry burn, right? Something happened down there. They got some flames, so the thing did turn on. My guess would be an ullage ingestion or something on the BE4, but yeah, I don't recall we are ever getting the information. Oh yeah, that's right. They did say that, Black. You're right. They said the engine wasn't thermally conditioned correctly, so that the pre-valves in the stage didn't get their engine to the right temperature, so the engine went kaput. That's right. He did. That, dude, I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I was like, sorry. There's spaceflight knowledge up there, but there's also a lot of car parts up there lately. You know, we're jamming trunk pans and rear cross members and leaf spring perches up there, along with oxygen-rich stage combustion cycles and full flow stage combustion cycles and stir welding, and there's a lot of info. There's a lot of info up there. Yeah, so exoatmospheric deceleration burn. You just call it supersonic retropropulsion. That's what NASA calls it. Just call it that. I'm never calling it that, Cirrus. I'm not doing that, okay? I'm calling it SSRP, and no one's gonna stop me. I'm a crazy old space streamer on the internet, and no one can stop me. I'm calling it supersonic retropropulsion. It's not even, SpaceX doesn't even call it that. NASA calls it that. We're calling it that. Screw the exoatmosphere. No, shut up. Shut up. That's just you trying to sound cool. You just use some big words. See, this is fake mad EJ as opposed to actually mad EJ yesterday. I was pissed yesterday. I was really, really, really upset. Jewel tier 153 month resub. Can't be supersonic without the Sonic. Yep. We could tell. Dude, I was not happy yesterday. I don't know what that was about, man. Somebody pissed in my cornflakes, and I can't even figure out why. Ryan Weber has my back with the SSRP. Knew I could count on him. Dude, that guy's the biggest nerd. You can ask him anything about sci-fi, any sci-fi, and he will know. Like, when I showed him the Pillar of Autumn project, he's like, oh, the Halcyon-class cruiser. I'm like, oh! Guy! Yes! You know? What happened yesterday? Bedojo, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, dude. My temper and patience, which is usually a lot longer, I really have a lot of patience with things. I know things take time. Yesterday, all that went out the window. Oh, and I was not patient with the weld. I ruined some of the, we've since fixed it. We fixed it today. I ruined some of the welding that I did the other day. And I got really pissed that I did that. I was so angry. I threw my helmet on the ground like a toddler. And I was like, I hate this. Frick all you. I'm leaving. Like, it was bad. It was bad. It was a pretty hard crash out. It happens. And then there was a viewer in YouTube chat, Finn GM, and Finn, if you're out there, man, I'm so sorry. He was trying to tell me about iPhones, the new iPhone changes, and I'm like, I don't care, I hate you, go away. Like, Finn, I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. That was so screwed up. I was pissed. I was so angry. But yeah, that's why I didn't stream yesterday, because, dude, if I can't treat you guys with respect, what the hell kind of streamer am I? What streamer curses out their own viewers? Like, that's ridiculous. So I decided to just get away from the computer for a little bit. Yeah. Turns out that I think I might have been sick, because my wife got sick, and we were both in the same place, and I did not necessarily feel good. I couldn't really think straight yesterday. Good to see her a human. Yeah, my patience is usually key. Like, I don't lose my cool. That rarely happens. It takes a lot to push my buttons. Usually I'm just playing around. Like, this damn pinholes, man. I hate that clown. Sorry, I was pushing at you about the Booster 16 static fire. Oh, Matt, I forgot all about it. That's that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I did cover it, though. Tell me you saw it. I was covering it and the moon landing, and they both failed at the same time. And then there was the Elon Trump spat. That was fun. Not. That day sucked. That was awful. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to delete the VOD, but because, yeah, like, I think it's really important to show, look, you know, I'm not some perfect dude. I objectively suck at welding, but we're getting better, and I think it's important to illustrate the process. You know, that's part of the reason why people watch. What's next?
This is Space.
The Sox lose again? I'm pretty sure they're losing right now. I think they're playing Anaheim today. We took 2 from the Yankees, though. Hell yeah. Space Pope! Gifted 5. Thank you. It's definitely illustrated the diversity of the word. And one thing you're going to need a stupid rope for. On the topic of spin launch, if I were the DoD, I would be salivating over those doors and willing to keep them afloat. Remember, the big issue is with the railgun is that they couldn't operate it in the vacuum because they couldn't get the door to reliably open or close fast enough, let alone projectile in and out. Spin launch managed to demonstrate that capability already. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just, Aqualex, you're not going to scale. You're not going to scale very hard there. That's all. Sox are up 2-0. Hell yeah. How did game 3 go, Creation? I saw game 2. Woof. That is all I am saying about game 2. Why have spin launch when you could have long shot? Guys, if I'm going to put my skepticism somewhere, it's with spin launch and long shot. I don't think those ideas are particularly enlightening. Like, it's not like a breakthrough technology here. 6-1. Sam Bennett deserves a large dose of lumbar every opportunity in the next game. Dude, when the Bruins were playing against the Panthers last year, I hated Bennett. I hate that guy. But dude, he's a hell of an enforcer, man. He's a hell of an enforcer. Seeing it with, like from where I don't have a horse in the race, I'm like, damn, that guy's he's a good enforcer, dude. That guy knows what he's doing on the ice. Marchand is leading the Cats, dude. The game 2 was mint. It was mint, dude. And I'm in a really tough spot with hockey, dude. I like Edmonton a lot. All right. I like Edmonton. I hate the Panthers, but I have to like the Panthers because my boy Marchand is on them, and he was a Bruin for a long time, and I want to see him get a cup, even if it isn't with the Bruins. So I have to kind of root for the Panthers. I hate that. It hurt me to say that. Like, oh, Doritos. I physically cringed from saying that, but also, damn, Panthers are a good hockey team. Dude, you got Tkachuk, Bennett, and Marchand on the same team. All right. Okay. Please, Edmonton, beat them like a couple of times. Like, I don't know. Everything the refs could call against Edmonton, they did. Rip. I'm cringe cheering for the Oilers, but go Canada. Go Canada. Oh, yeah. Dude, if Edmonton won, I'd be super happy. If the Panthers won, I'd be super happy. I don't really have a horse in this race, man. I mean, if I was on Edmonton, I would say somebody just put a stick in Bennett's mouth. Take the penalty. Like, there's a bunch of me going all over the screen. Flame should have kept Benny. Yeah. With spin launch, you need a payload that can handle a serious amount of G-forces. Yeah, they do have a SAT bus that they can use for that, but yeah, it's... They tried, and that's the line brawl. Dude, he's a good enforcer, man. That's what you need to win playoff hockey, dude. You need some guy like that. When the Bruins won in 2011, we had Sean Thornton. Sean Thornton, they didn't have him on there to play hockey. They said, yeah, see that guy over there? Go punch him in the face. All right, coach. Like, MSC tonight. Now that's tomorrow. All right. So New Glen's coming in August, on August 15th, which is pretty cool. All right. Marchand is nothing but a goon. You wouldn't be saying that if he played for your team, Geek. Just saying. Like, I can acknowledge this. I can acknowledge that there are players on other hockey teams that I don't like, but I don't like them because they're not playing for my hockey team, you know? We made artillery shells with vacuum tube-based radars. The G-forces are a non-issue. I actually think that's one of the problems that Spin Launch solved recently, Aqualux. We had an update from them a month or two ago, and they made a SAT bus that can withstand like 700 Gs or something. Yeah. No, the G-force problem is something that I think scaling. So when I say scaling with Spin Launch, dude, you could build the Spinny Do. You could build that. I don't see any like crazy technical feasibility there. Like, we make centrifuges, it's no problem. Bringing it down to vacuum, don't see a problem there. We do that all the time. There's a lot of industrial processes that require vacuum. I don't think that's an issue. the shock heating going from vacuum or near vacuum into the lower parts of the atmosphere, albeit only for a second, is a hard problem to solve, but not unsolvable. What my big thing is with spin launch is that, okay, how do you compete with something like Starlink when you can only really put a shoebox-sized satellite into orbit? How do you compete? Do you just launch a bunch of shoebox-sized satellites? What are those going to be useful for? I'd be really concerned about power generation with a satellite that big. Like, that would be my question. Are you going to make a PLEO constellation with spin launch satellites? You'd need a lot of those. We're talking thousands of them. And no, more than that, tens of thousands of them. You need like 30 or 40,000 of those things. That's 30 to 40,000 launches. Where are you going to make all these satellites? Where are you going to make all these second stages? Where's the factory to do that? You could argue that that factory is in Long Beach. I would tell you that that's not big enough. You need someplace to place all your wife's shoes. Oh, yeah, there could be good demand for that. You know, I don't think fuel is necessarily an issue because they only have a second stage. It's just a second stage with 2 COPVs, right? I said it once, I'll say it again. Spin launch is a good idea on the moon. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You can even skip lunar orbit stage and just send it on a direct trajectory from Earth. Yeah. Spin launch to send stuff from lunar orbit to Leo. Sure, Neptune. Yeah, that would be another good thing. Dude, that'd be great. The issue would be timing. No, I don't think so. That's my big thing with spin launch. The idea is super cool. I'm not saying it's not. And once again, anybody that has the stones to throw, like, figurative stones, right? Not like actual stone, like, you know what I mean? Anybody that has the balls to get into the aerospace industry, try to get into the commercial space flight game and actually make something, dude, even dipping your toes in, like, dude, has my respect. This is not an easy thing to do, guys. It's not easy. And Spin Launch has decided to objectively make things a little bit more harder on themselves by doing such an unorthodox thing as their minimum viable product. But hey, I don't judge. Like, it's a tough problem to solve, but you can do it. I'd just be wondering how they're going to scale. How are you going to scale? Where are you going to get that VC to scale? Good point there. That being said, I don't think sat constellations where they were going to be their moneymaker. Like I said before, I'm expecting Spin Launch to either fold or go the way of reaction engines. That's what I'm worried about, dude. Yeah, military application. Galactic server. What the hell are they doing on Starbase Lab? Oh, somebody's working Mega Bay construction. It's the damn pile driver. I never really understood what Spin Launch is what market they are trying to spin into. Nice, Christian. Neat. Yeah, Hexapod, that's been my thing. It doesn't justify the trade-offs. Unless you have a product where you can launch like once every couple of minutes, it really doesn't make sense. Because, okay, like, let me put it to you like this. A Falcon, so Spin Launch can probably only move maybe about 100 kilos. Maybe a 50 to 100 kilo payload. It's probably less than that. Let's say it's a 100 kilogram payload, okay? Let's say that. So it can move 100 kilos every launch, okay? How many of those are you going to need to move 1,000 kilos? Well, you're going to need 10. All right. What about moving 10,000 kilos? Right? Now you need 100. Okay, double that. Now you need 200 for 20,000. Right? Spin Launch needs 200 launches to equal one Falcon 9. One. Falcon 9 launches every 2 days. So using the metrics that we currently have for Falcon 9 launch cadence, that means you're getting pretty much 2 launches every week, pretty much. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. Let's say mean average is 2 launches a week, okay? So Falcon 9 can move 23,500 kilos every launch, which means by that math, you'd need to launch 660 times, taking into account 100 kilograms per launch with spin launch. They'd need to do 600 launches in a week to equal Falcon 9. This is the scalability that I'm talking about. Do you see what I mean? That's a lot of launches. That means you've got to launch like every hour. Where are you going to make 660 of these upper stages? No one has made 600 upper stages of anything ever since Soyuz. Soyuz is the only one, and Soyuz and Falcon 9 are the only ones that even gotten close. No one has ever made upper stages that much. You need 600 rocket engines. 660 rocket engines a week. A week. Now, keep in mind, these are tiny rocket engines that are about this big. Okay? The propulsion is still propulsion. They're made out of exotic materials. They're tough to make. Do you see what I mean? That's why I've always been skeptical of spin launch. I think the tech is cool. Like, and I wish them all the best. I'd be very curious to see what their business strategy is here. That's 4 launches an hour. That's what I'm saying, dude. You could scale up the launcher. That being said, the spin launch craft looks an awful lot like a warhead reentry vehicle. And those are actually quite maneuverable in the thicker atmosphere. Again, there are some rather significant military applications there. No doubt, maybe they're diversifying their portfolio because their original business strategy was building PLEO constellations. And I was like, what? You're going to do what now? That's like me saying, yes, I would like to start a long-haul trucking business, but I'm going to bring something different to the table. For my long-haul trucking business, we're not going to use trucks. We're going to use go-karts and smart cars to move our cargo around long distances. We're going to use a smart car to drive 5,000 kilometers for long-haul trucking. We're going to use smart cars instead. It's like, oh yeah? Okay. You're gonna need a lot of smart cars. And coronets. No, the coronet's a big car. Be quiet. Here at Clio Trucking. Yeah, nah. Spin launch throws 880 pounds of payload. Okay. A spin launch can do 880 pounds. That's 400 kilos, give or take. So 400 kilos. So take that 660 number and divide it by 4. That's 165 launches in a week. Okay. All right. Dude, I wish you all the best. Like, seriously, I want them to succeed. And don't get me wrong, I'm not hating. I'm just saying that there's a very glaring thing in their business strategy that if anybody knows anything about space, you would see it and you'd be like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Now, that's the sometimes hating is called for. I'm not hating, dude. I'm not hating. I'm critical of spaceflight programs because I want them to succeed. Other people are critical of spaceflight programs because they hate them. We're not the same. You know what I mean? Not you and me, but you know what I mean? Like, you could scale that. Like, that is not an insurmountable thing to do. 165 launches in a week, you could do that. That's doable if Spinny Do actually does it, if it works. I'd be worried about maintenance. So to be very sure, I'd probably build 2 to 3 pads because, you're always going to need pad availability here, right? And by pads, I mean the spinny dudes. Like, I'd build 3 or 4 of them next to each other. So one's always zipping one off. You know, like, fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically make it run like an engine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 for 2. Like, that, it's doable. You know, if one goes down for maintenance, maybe you have a week where you don't launch as much, right? Their carbon composite shells for that house the upper stage and payload and their little high G CubeSat, that would be hard to scale because making anything with carbon fiber is difficult to scale. You'd need to invent a whole factory to build those shells, to build those halves. And yeah, 160 rocket engines a week. That's 640 a month. Okay. Spin launch engineers and managers watching now. Write that down. Write that down. That firing order is going to make a lot of vibration. All right, fine. 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay, 1, 3, 2, 4. 1, 3, 2, 4. We'll do it like that. That'll make more sense. Now, Long March 5. Have they talked about reentry? I could maybe see like doing medicines in orbit. Yeah, maybe. Even if they fail, there will be some big knowledge gained if we ever have a use case. Sure. Black Horse, I think they're diversifying. I think they're going to diversify. You're not doing PLEO that way. Like, I mean, you could, but once again, you know, you're going to need a couple $2 billion to build a factory to make all this stuff. Like, there's no getting around that. Like, there's no getting around it. Like, that's not like some crazy, like, I don't need a financial guide to see that because, you know, I like industrial engineering. You're going to need to scale a lot. PLEO, Proliferated Low Earth Orbit Constellation Apollo. So something like Starlink, OneWeb, Project Kuiper, Viasat. Well, Viasat, not really, but you get the idea. Yeah. You understand what it's the PLEOs. That's the a constellation that's in low Earth orbit. That's a swarm style constellation. So there's a lot of them. Satellite shelf life isn't very long, as opposed to like a geo constellation where you have your satellite shelf life is very long, but your launch frequency is down. Maintaining a PLEO constellation requires constant launching because your satellites are in low Earth orbit. They don't last as long. So they're cheaper to launch, but you have to keep launching. Rocket Lab is looking at Flatellite Apollo. Yeah, they're looking at Flatellite as a PLEO satellite bus, and they're looking to sell the PLEO satellite bus. I don't think Rocket Lab wants to do their own in-house satellite constellation. They're trying to, but they built a Starlink-styled PLEO satellite to sell to people as a contracted service. They're trying to sell their satellites wholesale, which is smart. That's a really smart business move by Peter Beck. Like, Peter Beck is not an idiot. He's very smart. He's a smart dude. You really know, like, Rocket Lab positioning themselves as a manufacturer of components for spaceflight applications was one of the smartest moves that he could have done. That was genius. And I didn't pay it much mind at the time, but dude, Rocket Lab has their fingers in the pie everywhere. They're all over the place. They make control moment gyros. They make avionics packages. They make satellite buses. They make all kinds of stuff. And then they have launch services on top of that. They're positioning themselves to be a AAA manufacturer for launch providers, which is really smart. That's a really good idea. True engineer at the helm. Peter Beck's the man. Yeah, like, and I don't mean to, like, when I was talking about, like, when we were talking with that guy that was like Fools or something, what his name was, he was like, oh, Rocket Lab is close. I'm like, I love them, dude, but no, they're not. They're getting there, though. They're doing pretty damn good. I mean, even Rocket Lab themselves understand that you're not going to compete, even if you're launching PLEO stuff. You're not going to compete with Electron. Electron's not going to work. Every launch provider that decided that they were going to try beat SpaceX by building a smaller, less complicated vehicle but launching more has failed. No one's done that. Nobody's done that. Every single one of them have decided to build a bigger rocket launch vehicle. Firefly is building MLV. Rocket Lab is building Neutron. Astra is building Rocket 4.0 with Firefly parts, funnily enough. Right? Even Stoke out of the box, Stoke is making a medium-duty launch vehicle, but you get the idea. No one is building small-sat launchers right now. No one is engineering a new small-sat launcher because that's not where the market is. You can make a lot more money launching PLEO satellites in a stack, like Starlink, with a medium-duty launch vehicle, like Falcon 9. Technically, Falcon 9 is a heavy-duty launch vehicle, but you get the idea. MLV is now called Eclipse. Oh yeah, that's right, they named it. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but yeah. There's a reason why everybody pivoted to building medium-duty launch vehicles instead of light-duty small-sat launchers. All right, I want to read this Ars article from Eric about Blue. Let's see what he has to say. A few weeks ago, the chief executive of Blue Origin, Dave Limp, this article's by Eric Berger. The chief executive of Blue Origin, Dave Limp, convened an all-hands meeting for more than 12,000 employees at the company. Among the most critical items he discussed was the launch rate for the New Glenn rocket and how the company would fail significantly short of its goal this year. Before 2025 began, Dave Limp had set expectations alongside Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos. New Glenn would launch 8 times this year. Oh. Yeah, that's right, Willie, on space. That's why SpaceX proved that they could crap on everyone with the transporter mission, so everybody moved to make a bigger launch vehicle to try and do rideshare missions to make money. Why do you think Rocket Lab built themselves a bigger fairing for Electron? Try to solve that same exact problem, dude. This ain't no secret. That was before NG-1. You're going to launch 8 times this year. Huh. Interesting. Before NG-1 series. All right. Let's see. Let's read more. I mean, remember who wrote it. However, since the rocket's mostly successful debut in January, 5 months have passed. At one point, the company targeted late spring for the second launch of the rocket. However, on Monday, Dave Limp acknowledged on social media that the rocket's next flight will now no longer take place until at least August 15th. Although he did not say so, this may well be the only other New Glenn launch this year. I doubt that very much. Nah, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right to say that. They'll at the very least get another New Glenn after the one in August, providing some catastrophic failure does not happen. There's no way if you like. Okay, it's simple math once again, dudes. They planned for 8. There's no way they're gonna miss the mark by that much. There's not a chance. Blue is like 15,000 strong. There's no way in hell that that's happening. They will get another launch in. The only way that they wouldn't is if New Glenn has like a catastrophic failure on Flight 2. I highly doubt that's going to happen. The mission with an undesignated payload will be named Never Tell Me the Odds due to the attempt to land the booster. Okay. Yeah, Aaron, right? One of our key mission objectives will be to land and recover the booster. This will take a little bit of luck and a lot of excellent execution, We're on track to produce 8 GS2s this year. Yeah, that's what we saw in that tweet a second ago. A key departure. Is it cost or regulations that make large payloads more efficient? It's more of the market demand, Home Planet, than anything. The market demand is shifting. Everybody thought it was going to be small sats because everybody wanted to make PLEOs. Proliferated. Everybody wanted, we're not going to compete with Falcon 9 because Falcon 9 can move 60 Starlinks in one shot. I mean, it's 27 nowadays, but, right? So what we'll do is we'll make a smaller rocket that's easier to manufacture than Falcon 9, and you'll be able to theoretically match Falcon 9's launch cadence with tonnage to orbit per year. And then Falcon 9 started to be reused every couple of days, and that went out the door. It's more about the market trends. All right, anyway. In this comment, GS2 stands for Glenn Stage 2, or the second stage of the large rocket. It is telling that LIMP commented on the company tracking towards producing 8 second stages, which would match the original launch cadence planned for this year. This is likely a fig leaf offered to Bezos, who 2 sources said was rather upset that Blue would not meet or even approach its original target of 8 launches this year. Oh, Uncle Jeff's pissed off. One person familiar with the progress on the vehicle told ours that even a launch date in August is unrealistic. This too may have been set aggressively to appease Bezos, and that September is probably the earliest the rocket is likely to be ready for launch. Blue Origin has not publicly stated what the payload will be, but the second flight is expected to carry the Escapade mission for NASA. Do you think, Mafia Matt, do I think the V3 Starship will be the same height as the V2? V3 is a little bit taller, from what I understand, Matt. Okay. On May 28th, a couple of days after LIMP's all-hands meeting, the chief executive emailed his entire team to announce an organizational update. As part of this, the company's SVP, Senior Vice President of Engines, Linda Kova, was retiring. Multiple sources confirmed this retiring was expected and that the company's program to produce B-4 rocket engines is going well. However, the other name in the email raised some eyebrows, coming so soon after the announcement that New Glenn's cadence would be significantly slower than expected. Jarrett Jones, the senior vice president running the New Glenn program, was said to be stepping away from his role and taking a well-deserved year off, starting on August 15th. Oh, I like Jarrett Jones. That guy is cool. Jarrett Jones has been in a couple of Blue Origin promo videos talking about New Glenn. Interesting that he picked that day. It is unclear whether this departure was linked to Bezos' displeasure with the rocket program. No. Bringing a rocket to term, bringing a new launch vehicle to term and moving it over into operational status is a very labor-intense thing to do. It doesn't matter if you're upper management and SVP or the guy turning the wrenches. That's a tough thing to do. A lot of people, NASA, SpaceX, whatever, a lot of people take a year off after a launch vehicle development campaign. Building rockets, designing and developing rockets is extremely difficult. That is really, really freaking hard. So I'm not sure if that's correlative at all, but whatever. One company official said Jones's sabbatical had been planned, but the timing is Eric, why do you do this, man? Why do you do this? The timing is curious. Eric, stop it. Stop doing that. Stop it. A search for internal and external candidates to fill his role is ongoing. Long on potential. Sounds like what people said in 2017 when Burger Source said SLS would go in 2023. Yeah. Speculation is a bit much. I don't know, dude. On one hand, fellas, on one hand, Jeff Bezos schedule pressure. Yeah, that sounds right. But on the other hand, correlation doesn't equal causation. Guys, that's, unless you got some evidence, like, there's no way that that can be linked together, right? Like, especially, I mean, we're probably never going to know, right? But it's just like that other, the other lady, Linda Kova, she was retiring. You know why she was retiring? Because she got the BE4 program development up and running and working, and then said, screw this, I'm done. I just worked my butt off. I'm retiring. Bye. This happens, guys. A lot of people leave the company when, you know, after a development campaign. It's tough, man. Development campaigns are hard, man. Really, really tough. Especially when we're building rockets this big and the stakes are this high. Like, that's what I mean. Occam's razor, man. That makes way more sense. Like Hans Koenigsmann. Hans Koenigsmann was like the 4th employee at SpaceX, VP of flight reliability. He left after Falcon 9. Once Falcon 9 got running right, he left. He retired. It happens. Tom Mueller's another example. Yeah, he got Falcon 9 propulsion dialed in and then left. This stuff happens all the time. I'd be remiss to not bring it up, and I don't like running cover for Blue. If you say you're going to launch it eight times, launch it 8 times. But I mean, I said that the next launch isn't that far away when they launched back in January, but I'd have to see. If like I could get a camera inside of the New Glenn production facility, which would piss off a lot of people. If I could just see it, like, I don't even need a camera. If I could just take a peek, I could be able to tell you when the next launch is just by looking at the hardware. Higher than Joe Barnard's stakes? Yes. Burning out due to stress is super real. Well, it's not burnout when you complete what you're doing. Whatever. However, the other name of the year. Okay, that's okay. Long on potential. The missed expectations must be disappointing for Bezos, who in January said his priority for Blue Origin this year was to hit a higher cadence with the company's new rocket. Well, you hit a higher cadence. Last year's launch cadence was 0, so I'd say you done that. Well, Leanne, you have something about the Escapade mission. Wouldn't this be a pretty bad timing for Escapade since we are not in the transfer window? Because it's such a small payload and New Glenn is a big rocket, you're afforded a little more flexibility in your transfer options. Literally, Escapade Electron could put Escapade to Mars. Electron could do it, but Electron would only have a very small window to be able to do it. With New Glenn, because it's gigantic, it's the second biggest or the third biggest rocket flying right now ever. Like the 4th biggest of all time. It's gigantic. You're afforded more flexibility in your launch window, dude. And that second stage is thick. I love that second stage, Cirrus. No joke. New Glenn second stages should be on top of SLS. Arguably, this year's cadence is infinitely higher than last year's. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, what do you mean? Like, what does that sentence mean? Yeah, of course it's higher. You launched something. Won't hear a disagreement from you there. Yeah, baby. That would be money. A high energy upper stage for SLS. So hot. Want to touch the BE3s. What? Okay, anyway. When Ars asked Bezos what Bezos wanted to see accomplished this year, he replied, "Rate manufacturing and driving urgency around the machine that makes the machine. We need to produce a lot of second stages, and we need to produce a lot of booster stages too." See, here's the thing. See, okay, that's what I'm talking about. We were just talking a little bit ago about Spin Launch and their scalability. I've never heard anything about scaling with Spin Launch's plans. However, Jeff Bezos knows a little bit about scaling things. He's pretty freaking good at it. His company is pretty damn good at it too. You know, that whole Amazon thing? Yeah, they're pretty good at that. They're pretty good at doing that whole thing in scale. See, that's what I mean. Jeff understands. He understands scale. That's very important right there. He was saying this before it happened. Elon understands scale. He understands that very well from his car company and his rocket launch company. Guys, for any, and once again, this is not financial advice, but for any spaceflight company to come up with a new idea, like, oh, we're going to spin this into space, or we're going to railgun this thing into space, or, oh, we're going to build a fully reusable rocket. Okay, what's your plans for scaling? Because if you reuse it once, who gives a flying fish liver? Right? Who cares? Look, man, Falcon 9's a benchmark. You have to be able to, like, that's the benchmark, 2 times a week. How much payload can Falcon 9 put to orbit 2 times, launching 2 times a week? Well, that's like we were saying before, that's 47,000 kilograms, 47 tons a week to LEO. Tons to LEO is your metric. Okay? You need to be able to match that. What's your plan for scalability? Now, if Blue launches a New Glenn every week, that's in line. Think about it. 1 New Glenn a week. New Glenn can move 40 tons? That's in line with what I'm talking about. See what I mean? That makes sense? What does the Falcon 1 launch site look like now? A jungle. The Kwajalein Atoll site, there's nothing there. It's totally gone. It's been gone for a long time. It's interesting. It's an interesting time for the company that Bezos founded a quarter of a century ago. Given the breakdown in relations between the president and Elon Musk last week, there is a newfound hunger in the federal government for alternatives to Musk's dominant launch company. If New Glenn could get flying frequently, there would be ample launch contracts available. That's an interesting bit of postulation there. All right. Moreover, Bezos' other company, Amazon, is making good progress on building Project Kuiper satellites, according to one person. Nearly 24 spacecraft for the company's 3rd operational launch have already arrived at Cape Canaveral, Florida. However, due to delays with Amazon's other partners for Kuiper, these satellites will go to SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. If Starship could move 100 tons every week, that's 5,200 tons a year. And Graham, that's what I mean. By the time people are done trying to scale and get up to Falcon 9's launch cadence, Starship should be doing that. That's how far SpaceX is ahead right now. SpaceX landed their first orbital rocket first stage, December 22nd, 2015. I was there. There's only 2 other entities that have done that with other rockets. From anything that goes anywhere up other than going up and coming right back down. Like going up to like 100 feet and coming back down. New Glenn. Or not New Glenn, New Shepard, right? And even then, the launch frequency is very low. And SpaceX. The only other people to to have a booster deliver something anywhere near orbit is that thing right there. By the time everybody is done scaling to try and compete with Falcon 9, something like Starship is going to exist. Everybody else is trying to build propeller planes, and SpaceX is cooking up the sauce to make a 747. He looks into your soul. I don't know. I don't know if this is a thing. I would guess that probably is a thing, but it probably is a thing to folks that don't really understand that. I don't think... I think what happened last Thursday with Elon and the president is just blowharding. I think they did have a fight, and I think they don't... They're probably not talking to each other. They're going through a breakup, but they might get back together. I think it's just blowharding. I'm not sure much is going to come of it. Poor JD. What do you mean, poor JD? He gets 2 Christmases now. Yay, 2 Christmases! Okay, that was funny. 2 Christmases! Can I go see the new Pope, please? No. No, don't do that. Oh boy, I hope this is a new mommy. Yeah, it's not. Oh, guys, not to make it about that, but I love JD Vance memes. Those make me laugh so hard. All right, and that's all I'll say about it. Those are pretty damn funny. They're pretty good. Say you're sorry. They're pretty funny, man. They're pretty good. They make me laugh. Am I a terrible person? I'm sorry. Am I a terrible person? They're really funny. It's a fun sort of PTSD since your parents are divorced. That's awful. Here, let's shake things up a bit. Oh my god. Stop it. All right, that's enough. All right. So what are we looking at here? That is the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, putting it through vibration testing. NASA's putting it through vibration testing. This is a telescope that was a surplus DoD telescope that they gave to NASA, and NASA in 2018 gave it a name, and it should be pretty much good to go. It should be pretty much set to launch soon. I'm not sure we have an actual date yet, but this is some of the final testing that they do. Yes, they put the satellite on a gigantic paint shaker and shake it. Dang you. I'm sandblasting, and when you said, I get 2 Christmases, I dropped my part. Sorry, man. I thought it was the Harlem Shake. Solo per ahorita. Da, 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 da. You go Harlem. Hey. Solo per ahorita. Da, da, da. Is that still funny? Is that still a thing? I remember when that happened. It was pretty funny back then. Da, 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 da. Do the Harlem Shake. And demonetized. Yeah, you're probably right. One of your better efforts. Thank you. It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out. I was about to clear it. No. Leave it to me. I will deal with it myself. As you wish, my lord. Carry on. You may fire when ready. So, Jared reposted this. Oh. You know what, Hellfish? I'll just link the video that you sent me. Give me 1 second. Now I got Harlem Shake stuck in my head. You silly, silly buttholes. You did this. So, Jared Isaacman, who just had his... no, that's not it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Who just had his nomination for administrator pulled, presumably because of the Elon spat, posted this. This is a palette. This is what we call a palette cleanser. Okay, here, ready? That's not something you see every day. Oh yeah, might I add, this is from the cockpit of a MiG-29. So that's, you know, that's not something you see every day. That plane and that plane, I don't think I've ever seen them fly in formation before. He does not own, those are 22s, man. No. This was doing a formation flying for an air show. So there's a MiG-21, a MiG-29, and 2 F-22s in this formation, which is red flag. That's it. That's not something you see every day, which I thought was pretty cool. Not red flag. What was the name of it, dude? They can share this from last year. It's a memorial flyover for Colonel Evil Peck, the first commander of the secretive Red Eagles, MiG-21 leading. I was flying the MiG-29 along with F-22s. You will never see a formation like this again. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, that's something you don't see every day.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Bedine. Oh, it's the HAV program. Ah, very cool. Yeah, that's a MiG-21. A two-seater MiG-21, might I add. So that's, yeah, MiG-21 trainer with 2 F-22s behind it. That's, what do you got, Derek? Oh, yeah. So that's pretty cool. But Rook also, you guys want to see this thread. I've read this thread, dude. So check this out. Chris Combs, who's a University of Texas San Antonio hypersonics professor, endowed associate professor. I'll be honest, I'm not smart enough to know what that means. Just the guy's smart, okay? F-22 is the coolest plane. Yes, precisely. Well, he's endowed. All right, so what is this thread that he's replying to? I'm just trying to get us some context. America must lead in space for our national security, for world-changing discoveries that await, and so the next generation of inspired dreamers can take us even further. We can't ever get this wrong. So he retweeted that and said, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. Chris says, I just don't understand how you could say stuff like this with a straight face and at the same time stand behind a 25% budget cut plus admin policies that cut off our talent pipeline and generally attack our research enterprise. You only think you know me. Damn. I was prepared to personally cover the cost to launch Roman. Yeah, see, I like that. If that's what it took to get to the science. Dude, he's like, you don't know me. You don't know me, son. Bro. He wouldn't be allowed to? Anyway. So was this going to be your strategy as NASA administrator? Cover the gaps left by the budget out of pocket? What am I missing? Jared says, I've spent the last few months assembling a pretty extensive plan, shaped by insights from a lot of smart, passionate people. No shortage of input. Everybody loves NASA and wants to help. Maybe I'll write an op-ed someday. But I didn't love being inundated with plans from people who thought they were uniquely NASA's savior. Yeah, okay, I can understand that. Everybody has their, oh, this is going to fix NASA, myself included. And I have little interest in doing the same. In short, I would have deleted the bureaucracy that impedes progress and robs resources from the mission. This is not unique to NASA, it's a government problem. I would flatten the hierarchy, rebuild the culture centered on ownership, urgency, mission focus alongside risk recalibration. Then concentrate resources on the big needle movers that NASA was meant to achieve. Oh man, this guy would have been good. Can we, Elon, can you call the president, please? And please, 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 please? SpaceX is standing down for tomorrow. Oy. Dude, Elon, we call him, bro. If you ever see this, just give him a call. Patch things up. It'll be all right. Dude, this is great. And if it came down to poor outcomes like failing to launch a near complete Roman, shutting down Hubble or Chandra prematurely, or flying reduced crew sizes to the ISS to save money, yes, people are actually considering 3 astronauts instead of 4, then yes, I would have funded it myself to protect the science. That's not how it should work, and I honestly don't think it would have come to that. With the right political support and smart management, logic should prevail. He'll leave Elon on read. It's messed up, man. Chris says, thanks for the thoughtful reply. I really do wish you would write that op-ed and fully outline the concept. Would be insightful, even if I didn't happen to agree with every point. We need strong leaders that are willing to speak out and be bold regardless of political winds. Interesting thing to say after you said this. Man, he folded like a flapjack. He folded like a taco. That was pretty quick. That hmm. Hmm. Interesting thread. Can we go back to this? No, we should be celebrating people when they correct themselves. That's a good point. You're right. You know what? You're right. I'm just like a MiG-21 in formation with F-22s. 2025, baby. That's weird. All right. Plenty more space news, guys. You want to jump in? I think something that just popped up. I think the Axiom mission moved. Let me just double check with SpaceX here. Yep. Standing down from tomorrow's Falcon 9 launch of the AX-4 mission to the space station to allow additional time for SpaceX teams to repair the LOX leak identified during post-static fire booster inspections. Once complete and pending range availability, we'll share a new launch date. That's... oh, thank God. I think with a cut of 25%, you just have to sacrifice some science, no matter how good you are at restructuring NASA to be more like a modern company. Yeah, Black Horse, no doubt. I still think what I said on the flame trench holds water. I don't think they would have put forth that budget with knowing that Jared would be in there the way that he was, like how he would do it. I think that NASA's budget reflects leaning heavily into the commercial market for scientific research, instead of, long story short, programs more like clips, programs less like James Webb. That's the idea. And Rook did talk about that. He talked about it in another thread. I forget where it was, but he talked about, oh no, it was in the All In podcast where he said, like, instead of one big flagship mission, we need a bunch of missions. We need a mission going to Mars in every transfer window. The fact that that's not a thing is stupid. And I agree. In fact, I said a long time ago, there should be multiple missions in the Mars transfer window. We should send like 5 or 6 Curiosity rovers. In terms of covering the cost personally, though, there's a private and directed donation to branch of government. We covered why no one can do that. It's a good thing, no matter how frustrating it is here. Maybe. The admin needs to be flying around the country negotiating with congressmen to get better budget support. And I think Rook would have been very good at that, to be honest with you. I've always said, Mayor, the way to... Okay, and I know what Rook... I know it's funny, despite what Rook just said. Everybody has their, oh, this solution is going to fix NASA. I think that if you... If I was NASA administrator, okay, I would be going to every congressman's office. I would not wait until they're in D.C. I would go like, okay, I'll just give you an example, right? This would be an easy W, right? I'd go to Ted Cruz's office in Texas and be like, yo, this is what we need to do. This is what we should be doing. Are you in? That means more budget going to your district because we want to do a big space program, right? I'd be flying around the country. Go meet them in their home state, all the reps, every single one of them. Anyone that has anything to do with NASA, I would be doing it. I don't care where they are. This is what Jim did. That's what James Webb did back in the day. Jim worked with anybody. You know, what NASA administrator since Webb hasn't done that? Dude, you think Bill Nelson was going around to every single congressional district asking people for NASA to vote for NASA bills? Do you really think that? He left them a bowl of pudding on their desk, and the bowl of puddings had proof written in it. No, James, I hadn't heard that. Can you tell me where you heard that from, dude? Like, first of all, I'd be talking to the president about coming up with a plan, and then I'd go leverage the plan. He was busy quoting Kennedy. Yep. How long has NASA had a flat budget? It seems like no strategy has worked. You see, Hellfish, all right, like, I don't mean to be mean. That's frankly a terrible argument. That's a terrible argument. Oh, well, you know, who hasn't done it since Webb? Who hasn't done it since Webb? Well, saying, oh, it hasn't been done since the Apollo program, so it's never going to get done is really, that's an awful way of looking at that, dude. Like, objectively, that's terrible. Why would you think about that problem like that? Oh, well, nobody's been able to get it done since James Webb, so it can't be solved. You wouldn't get very far in this administrator position, dude. You have to have a modicum of freaking optimism here. You have to, like, and that's why my EJ's wild solution to fix NASA always carries a modicum of optimism, because you will get no's inevitably, but you can't go in there expecting a no from somebody to fund your NASA project. You know what I mean? I never said never. I pointed to the history of failures of administrator to actually get it done. It's comes from the top, dude. First of all, space flight needs to be a national priority. We've talked about that many bajillion times. Anyway, let's talk about this instead. So, check this out. SpaceX is standing down from the AX-4 mission tomorrow. The reason why is because during the static fire test that happened 2 days ago, they found a LOX leak. SpaceX found a LOX leak on a Falcon 9. And they're not sure how it got there, but what they were going to do is put a mitigation in place, a purging system in place to keep going with the mission. No, on the rocket itself, Jim.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Correct. 27-month resub. Yeah, I've heard this story before. I don't think that's a good idea. I bet it's just a valve. It's always a valve. Maybe. You heard it on Truth Social. All right, I'll have to go looking around. Jim Bridenstine worked really hard to get NASA working well. Jim didn't care. The president gave him a job. I'm going to be damned if he's going to be bad at his job. And if that meant walking into Nancy Pelosi's office, he didn't give a frick. He did it. Source, we saw it. We covered that for Space News, and we're like, what the hell? Right? Remember that? Well, a lot of you guys, some of you guys were here. Most of you guys were, but you get what I'm trying to say. It starts from the top, dude. You have to have you have to have a good plan. Anyway. Yeah, he's been saying that, James. I don't know what that means, but whatever. So Falcon 9, they said they were going to do a Bill Gerstenmaier said they were going to do a mitigation to try and cover up the LOX leak with a purging system. And then they must have changed their mind because now they're taking the booster horizontal. They're going to stand down from the AX-4 mission, which was supposed to launch in 11 hours. And they're going to repair the LOX leak. That's the right move. That is the right call. Yeah, I read that thread yesterday after I stopped streaming, and I'm like, I mean, if Gerst says it's okay, I'm inclined to believe him. But also, maybe you shouldn't do that. Granted, you know, the purging systems, mitigations, Starship explosion, people on board, probably just take it off the pad and fix the stupid thing. How about we do that? How about we do that? That's a good idea. Yeah, we should do that. And I'm really happy. They just posted this a second ago, guys. They posted this 15 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm really happy that they did that because that was not a good call. Not a good idea. You put it on another Falcon, do whatever you have to do, fix the leak. AX-4 can wait. Don't. Like, just don't. Don't even risk it. Not with people on board. No way. That thing, you have to be 100% sure that it's not going to do that again. Fix the LOX leak, put it back out on the pad with no payload on it, static fire the stupid thing. If it works and you don't have a leak, bring it back, put Dragon back on, and then put it back up on the pad. Don't even screw around with something like that. What? SpaceX can, you know, they can go fast. That's a week. That's a week of downtime. No problem. I mean, the only like driving thing there is schedule. The only thing that's like making this AX-4 mission urgent is the fact that another Falcon's going to need the pad soon. I'm not sure what mission it is. I'd have to go look. Crew stay in isolation while waiting? Yes. With Starlink, they probably would just fly it, Nader. Yeah, with Starlink, they probably just fly it. Who knows? We've probably seen Falcon 9s with locks leaks and probably never even knew. We probably never even knew. They probably sent it and the mitigations worked and we probably never knew about it. I'll bet you that's happened. We've watched a lot of Falcon 9 missions. I've seen them do things that are weird that they don't normally do. We never hear about it. So, pause. You leak methane all the time? Alas, people do know. Nah, you gotta make sure it's a Black Widow. Silent but deadly. So then you can blame it on somebody else. What is that? What's that god-awful smell? I don't know. I go poopy. Did you just say, you went poopy? Yeah, it was good. Okay, split. Bison. Now we know why EJ got a dog. With some of the gaseous pneumatic processes associated with this biological meat suit, blaming the dog only goes so far. What I'm trying to tell you is the dog can't fart like I do, bro. No, Home Planet. I don't think that's what's going on. Guys, you know what, dude? I thought that it was RE Thursday, the president and Elon. I thought that they were, I was like, oh man, we are so, like, I don't know, man. For a second, I thought we were kind of screwed. And then I thought about it for a second, and I'm like, it's blowharding. They're two stubborn mother truckers that just are having a little bit of a spat. The problem is that one's the president and the other guy's the richest man in the world. Now, with all that being said, I think both of them realized how stupid they actually look. I think both of them realized it. Elon got rid of the decommissioning dragon tweets. He got rid of them. The president walked back. Dude, if the president didn't like Elon and he really didn't like him and he wanted to follow through with it, he would have come up with like a goofy name for Elon, like he comes up with everybody else that he like what he does with everybody else that he doesn't like. Lying this person, struggling this person, sleepy this person. You know what I mean? He would have come up if they really hated each other, he would have, he would have done that. We didn't see any of that. He just said, "Oh, I wish him well." I think they both realized how dumb Thursday actually was. And I don't think anything is going to happen because of it. I mean, we still got screwed out of Isaacman being the administrator, which I really hope they rectify things. That would be really nice because Jared in there would do good things. But I think they walked it back, both of them. They're already being cordial again. I think both of them realized how stupid they actually, what a stupid thing they did on Thursday. But dude, that happens, man. You got to remember, dude, I had a bad day yesterday. People have bad days. It happens. That happens. And I'm not excusing that behavior. I'm the one that said I really wish that people would be more cordial. You don't want to air out your dirty laundry in a public forum, right? You don't do that. But also, people have bad days, man. It happens. Even nowadays. You don't like Elon was? Well, I mean, I didn't really ask, but thanks for letting us know. This conversation really isn't about whether you like Elon or the president. The point that I'm trying to get at is that I think that, Elon talked about pulling the Dragon program. Trump talked about, looking at SpaceX's contracts, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think any of that's going to happen. The topic of discussion is the potential effects of this spat, in which case I don't think there's going to be any. I think I think they both realized that they made a huge freaking mistake. Like, that was a really stupid thing to do. And they've been slow rolling all the stuff that they threatened to do since. They've been rolling it back. Elon deleted the tweet about getting rid of Dragon. He deleted the tweet about the president being involved in, to be very candid, child trafficking, right? He got rid of all that. He deleted all. He slow rolled it. You know what I mean? I think they both realized how stupid what they were doing was. And rightly so, because it was stupid. That was dumb. That whole day pissed me off, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just as stupid as you leaving the stove on in MSC? Yes. But see, I admitted that was dumb. Okay? I admitted that was a stupid idea, Novo. Why the hell you gotta bring that up? Jerk. Man, I put 8 weeks into that damn save, man. We gotta start it again tomorrow. It sucks. I just find it depressing that our commander-in-chief, the leader of a best launch provider, got into it publicly in the first place. Taco Bell, I think that represents, just on a side note, and this is not EJ's psychology and rocket review by any means. There's plenty of good shrink streamers out there. Healthy Gamer GG, if you want psychology streams. Healthy Gamer's awesome. That guy's cool. And he lives in Massachusetts. Yes. Score. My guy's wicked smart. People have bad days, man. People have bad days. I don't think it's right, and I think that is a symptom of 2025. Everybody's wound up like crazy, myself included. Did you see me yesterday? Everybody's all wound up, and I ain't above this stuff, man. Like, you just get wound up. There's only so much our monkey brains can take before we short circuit, you know what I mean?
Tranquility Base here.
What is this?
Hey EJ, June 8th marks 10 years following your channel. Pretty incredible how long it's been. Thanks for all the great streams over the years, and here's to many more.
Thanks, man. Trix, thank you. Thank you for being here with me. I mean, Trix, you know of all people, dude. I've had my bad days. Oh, I've had my bad days. Thanks, man. 100 Canadian. I appreciate it, dude. Notice you. What, you're tier 2, 91-month resub, Sawyer? It's just, you know, I have bad days, and I try not to let it seep in on the stream, but it still does happen. And you got to remember that everything is relative, you know. Elon having a bad day, you know, like, him having a bad day is posting about the president. Like, he could have just been pissed about something, dude, and took it out on that, dude. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he was pissed off about the bill. Like, once again, this isn't excusing the behavior. You shouldn't air out your dirty laundry like that. But also, at the same time, it's important to understand that is human behavior. Humans do this. This happens to everybody. Everybody, and anyone out there that thinks they're above it, you're lying to yourself. Apollo, November is going to be a decade of you being on the stream. Thanks for being with me all this time, guys. I really appreciate you. Audio desync? Audio desync. Audio desync. Here, let me turn the camera off and on again. Oh, look, it came back. So, once again, guys, it's just, I think they both realized, and you know what? That's a good sign of cooler heads prevailing. Maybe the winds are changing here. You know what I mean? They both realized how freaking dumb that was. It was a stupid thing to do. Just air out your dirty laundry like on X. I think we hit a little bit of a turning point last Thursday. Seriously. It was definitely eye-opening, though, that one person could say something and threaten our access to space, joke or not. Like you always said, makes you wonder if having all your space eggs in one basket is a good idea. Redundant, dissimilar architecture across public-private partnerships, Phil, is the way to go. I've said it a bajillion times. You do not want a corporation being the only one that gets you there. And I've said this also many times. Arguably, Commercial Crew is a gigantic failure.
The Eagle has landed.
What is this?
Thanks for everything you do, man. I plan on being around for a while. Keep it up, bro.
I ain't going anywhere, 12 Bravo. I'm a stubborn person. I'm not going nowhere. I have to finish the stupid freaking car at the very least. Like, don't get me wrong, it's going to be more than that, but I have to finish the stupid car because Dodge did a freaking article about it. Now I'm like, oh crap, I have to finish it now because Dodge knows about it. I have to finish it. So we're not finishing the coronet at the very least, and that's a lot of content, dude. Let me tell you. Yeah, Nova. Well, weld better. I'm trying, dude. Oh, yeah, if you guys haven't seen this, Dodge did an article about the coronet. Here, I'll link it up in YouTube. Thanks for all the knowledge of the last year. My pleasure, May. New perspectives have been adopted. Yeah. Yeah, this is Dodge. This is Dodge actual. Like, Dodge Garage is their website about, like, hobbyists. Like, people using, doing stuff with Dodges, basically. Yeah, my buddy Sean Yoder did an article about the crew cab Charger. Yeah, and us doing burnouts in the garage. Remember when we did that? That was pretty funny. And yeah. It's about my car. Yeah, Paul, that's my garage. That is that building right there. Like, I took that picture right outside that wall. I'm like, there's the car. Like, crazy, right? Yeah. So, we have to finish the stupid thing. We got to finish it now. I can't not finish it. So, well, it's going to be a lot more car streams, dudes. Don't worry, there'll be more gaming. Like, yeah, you got to see outside of the garage. Just the front of it. Have you done something with that bad gas? I filled up my lawnmower with it. Yeah. I have a restoration to do now. I have to weld a crack in the mower deck on the tractor. You get that done, Chris. That's no problem. What's in the comments? It's just, one is from one of my moderators, the other one's from a viewer. If you guys want to go comment on that thing, dude, I don't know if comments is going to like maybe the comment section lets like Dodge be like, oh man, people are really into this. Like, Swear to God, if you leave before you put the ECM in the truck. The truck is the next project after the Coronet. It's the next one. You have my word. I need a 4x4. Or, no, scratch that. I want a 4x4 truck. I'm trying to cover the spread. I have a 2-door car, the Mustang. I have a 4-door car, the Coronet, and the Fusion. Okay? I have a light-duty pickup truck, my F100. And now I need a heavy-duty pickup truck, the F250. The F100, I don't want that to be 4x4. The F250 needs to be 4x4. You know, I want a 2-wheel drive pickup truck and a 4-wheel drive pickup truck. We got to cover the spread. All right? 2-door car, 4-door car, light pickup truck, heavy pickup truck. We got to cover the spread here, bros. What about a van? I don't want that. I don't want that. Great cheeseburger. That's lovely. All right. Guys, we have an update from Relativity Space. Let's see what's going on up there. This is probably going to get us... Yep. All right, let's just... We got to watch this without music.
Another Terran R monthly update. Let's dive right in and recap key milestones from May.
Can we do closed caption? All right. This month we checked off an additional 17 component level critical design reviews. At this point in the program's maturity, many of the releases are for smaller, simpler parts such as trays, brackets, and manifolds. The race is on to get these components ready before completion of the thrust structure build. First flight production continues to ramp up. We've completed drilling the thrust structure panels, employing automation to drill thousands of holes. The team loaded the LOX dome onto the circumferential friction stir welder in preparation for the next weld and the stage 2 transfer tube. Thanks for noticing me. I got a test tomorrow, so off to bed. All right, Sawyer. Thanks for watching this whole time, brother. I appreciate you. Tao's getting a lift in good 4 times tires. Bilstein's shocks. Nice, Farm. There you go. Now we're talking. What if it was a van down by the river? Then, okay, maybe. So they should send me some parts. Boy, I'd love to see Blueface's engine get an update. Be careful what you wish for. There's the transfer tube. Avionics hardware for Terran R's hub. The network and low power distribution system for the vehicle has been released and is now being built. Meanwhile, the new manufacturing infrastructure is coming online. We've inspected our first circumferential friction stir weld with our automated phased array ultrasonic testing inspection system. And a new automated stringer inspection station for vertical friction. Stir weld is under construction. The newly installed vertical turning lathe, oh, that's sick, dude. Will complete multi-axis work on domes and installation of the horizontal friction stir welder. Can I see that one more time? Yeah, I've worked with an NDT pout. Cool. A dedicated resource to lap weld structural stringers onto our first stage. Cool. Panels is underway with Terranar deep in the build phase right now. We've brought on new leadership to help us execute and scale. We're excited to welcome Robin Petitprez as Senior Vice President of Manufacturing and Supply Chain. On the testing front, engine qualification is officially underway. The qualification article was manufactured in Long Beach and shipped to NASA Stennis, where it was then activated. The test campaign has started off strong with 11 hot fires. You built an app to visualize weld defects using it. Cool, Cirrus. That's neat. By lighting the engine 4 times in less than 10 working hours. Good. Qualification is a key step in a rocket development program, validating that engine can meet performance and reliability requirements for flight. The qualification campaign to wrap up this summer. That's cool. That's cool. 4 times in a day. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. In Long Beach, we've conducted proof testing of composite overwrap pressure vessel manifold assembly to verify structural integrity and light tightness. On the structural test stand, the teams installed strut assemblies, which will simulate engine loads during tests. Valve qualification is also underway, including testing our in-house shock stand, and we're already performing development of future engine block valve upgrades. We've recently completed successful cure and non-destructive testing of our first development panels for raceway covers. The composite panel, which is representative of the production covers, is now being tested to verify mechanical strength properties and quality. Oh, it's built like a fairing. You have a row of carbon fiber and then aluminum honeycomb. So basically an aluminum web underneath it and then carbon fiber on the other side. Most fairings are made like that because it's super freaking light, very low mass. Our launch site at LC-16 continues to come to life. Work on the horizontal integration facility is in progress, as is the foundation for the water tower, and the east flume wall of the diverter pit is complete. You see all this construction that's happening? Stoke? Remember how we said that Stoke is working at LC-14? That's like a half mile over there. There are multiple pads that are being worked on right now on the Cape. Multiple launch complexes being built, which is nuts to me. May has been another busy month on the path to Terranar's first flight. But we're not just focused there. In building the first vehicle, we're laying the foundation for high volume production, scalability, and end-to-end efficiency. Cool. Yeah. Propulsion is key, dude. That's really key. Firing that thing 4 times in a day is pretty good. That's pretty good. That's good ideas for scaling. No, those aren't leaves. Those are the wire harness for your developmental engine, by the way. They're not hooked up. That's all going to be hooked into that DFI motor. Or, well, it's just a test mule. That's a testing engine. They put an engine on the stand and beat the snot out of it. SpaceX did that back in the day. Actually, SpaceX still does that. Relativity's working on their own chipset. Cool. Cool. I've been watching too much American Restoration and EJ Restoration. Hey, man. Knowing how to do stuff is cool. Knowing how to do stuff is cool, and I'm not going to apologize for it. So over there, that's the Terran 1. That's the Terran 1 integration facility. The Terran R facility is going to be a little bit bigger. Question, who did the whole structural testing with a jig and cylinders pushing on it? Was it NASA or SpaceX? Both of them have done that in one way, shape, or form, Bob. Who did it first? Who came up with it? Give me 1 second. That would be NASA. NASA was the first one to come up with it. The tallest building in Alabama is not a skyscraper. The tallest building in Alabama is the Saturn V Dynamic Test Stand. NASA in 1966 put a first stage on this and crushed it, and it exploded and fell out the bottom. That was my first recollection of doing something like that. I don't know off the top of my head. Fun fact, the Saturn V Dynamic Test Stand still exists. It's still there. I'm not sure if it's being used. We got to go up here to Huntsville. Where are you? Here we go. Yep. Tallest building in Alabama. There it is. It's still there, but like I said, I don't know if they're using it for anything. It looks like it hasn't been used in a while. Yeah, the dynamic test stand. So it's basically it's a quarter of the VAB. They used it to test integrating a Saturn V together. And they also used it as a dynamic test stand and crushed an S1C tank on it. There's some B-roll footage of that floating around somewhere. It would have been cool for SLS to use something like this, but the SLS qualification or compression qualification stands are actually over here. If you really, really wanted to know. Right there. It's under construction in this picture, interestingly enough. Over here is ULA's dynamic test stands. That's where ULA crunched the Centaur 5 and actually caught a leak and it blew up on the test stand right there. SLS crunched a hydrogen tank in this thing. That thing is a gigantic hydraulic press. So they mounted the tank in there and then crushed it. Now, you know, a lot of people say just on a side note, a lot of people say Boeing has no idea what they're doing. You know, they suck. Da, da, da. I disagree. I don't think they have a lot of experience building capsules, and it shows with the Starliner program. But with SLS, I think they
Go at throttle up.
I think they got they're bang on here. Let me show you. Join our space community. No. This is what we want. Watch. Hey, Red 8, 122 months. So, you want to hear good analysis? Watch this. So watch the tank. That's a gigantic can crusher. Oh yeah, this gets really loud, by the way. Headphone users. Thank you, Jim. Headphone users. Headphone users. Wait for it. Wait for it. So, it failed, EJ. What the hell do you mean Boeing is good at making core stages? So listen to this, dude. I read the analysis report on that when NASA did that, and I think that was 2018, 2019. Boeing engineers put that thing on the test stand, overpressurized it, and predicted its failure mode with, I think it was like a 0.3% deviation from the analysis to what actually happened. 0.3% deviation from analysis to actual test. And then they blew it up after that for fun. That second part where it unzips and explodes, that was just them pushing it to the limits. I think it was 3%. Yeah, you might be right, Narnian. It wasn't 0.3, it was 3. Excuse me, I misspoke. It was 3%. 3% deviation is still absurd. That's ridiculous analysis. That's really, really, really good. It doesn't get, dude, you don't get much better than that. What I'm trying to tell you is that the engineers at Boeing did analysis for overpressurizing the tank. And if we overpressurize the tank this much, the tank will last this much under this much load for this amount of time, and then it'll fail. And they were within 3% deviation of their prediction, which is absurd. That is an absurd analysis. That's really, really good. It doesn't get that good on your first try, ever. Ever. Under pressure. Yeah, right. I'm gonna get claimed. So, guys, it's stuff like that. Stuff like that made Artemis 1, made the SLS. SLS worked perfectly on Artemis 1. It was like, didn't even, the core stage and the boosters did exactly what they were doing, aside from scrubbing a bunch of times on the pad, but that's a GSE problem, not a rocket problem. The initial tank buckling failure occurred at the same relative location as predicted in the by the Boeing analysis team and initiated within 3% of predicted failure load. That's absurd. That is really good. Like, dude, that's basically predicting the damn future. That's really, really, really good. And like, trust me, if you work out in the industry in analysis, you back me up here, man. Didn't they use the same thing for the shuttle external tank? No. SLS is the same size and the same color. They're using the spray-on foam insulation as the ET, but the shuttle external tank was not made like that. The shuttle external tank had internal stringers attached to it. The SLS core stage is a stir-welded isogrid, or stir-welded or orthogrid. They never did that with the ET, to my knowledge. I don't know for sure, though. I work with data-driven models with underwater vehicles. I wish I could get 3%. Right, Anansi? Yeah, Anansi, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, everybody knocks SLS, dude. I don't... The SLS... The core stage and the boosters are fantastic. It just needs a better upper stage. Like... Dude, that is a great piece of engineering. It sucks that it gets such a bad rap, but yeah. Great piece of equipment. They're like, dude, 3%? Give me a freaking break, man. Isn't iterative design about accepting models vary with a lot of reality, so accept it and let reality fine-tune? Yes and no, Foz. SpaceX doesn't just put stuff up on the pad and if it blows up, it blows up. No, that's not what they do. SpaceX is doing thousands of simulations on the computer. You think SpaceX tests hardware a lot? Think about how much SpaceX tests hardware compared to everybody else. Like, take NASA, for instance, right? How often do you see NASA testing shuttle hardware? Not really a lot. Take anybody else, take Rocket Lab, take anyone else. Every one of SpaceX's engines gets put on a test stand, fired, sent back to, so they build the engines, right? They build the Merlin engines, right? They ship them out to McGregor, they fire them, then they ship them back to Hawthorne, they integrate them onto a Falcon 9, they build the Falcon 9 first stage, Falcon 9 first stage goes back to McGregor, they fire all 9 engines working together to make sure the whole booster works, and then ship it off to wherever it needs to go. That means that before any Merlin engine flies, it's already been fired multiple times. Okay? Think about that comparatively like anybody else. Like SLS with the green run on the core stage, they fired it once and then put it on the pad and then sent it, and that's it, right? So, SpaceX tests their hardware a lot. They test software even more. SpaceX has software simulations running failure modes for Starship, for Falcon 9, for whatever. 24/7, 365, all the time. They are always running simulations with failure modes. They're rapidly iterating on their failure modes in their simulations. They don't just do that with hardware. They do that with software as well, because rapid iterative prototyping is something that comes from the software world, right? Think about that for a second. Noodle on it. If SpaceX tests their hardware 100 times more than everybody else, they're testing their software 1,000 times more than everybody else. So SpaceX isn't just iterating the hardware, they're iterating the software as well. So you do tens of thousands of simulations, and then you launch a Starship, and you see which simulation was closest to what actually happened. That gives you a better simulation criteria, it gives you a better simulation model. How do you think SpaceX just seemingly fixes these problems like that? They are always prototyping. They're always iterated. They're always running simulations 24/7, 365. Part of the reason why they built a massive data center. Bingo. They're running, I guarantee you there's like 10 Starship simulations at the very least running right now as we speak on a mainframe at Hawthorne or somewhere. Marshall saw the Saturn 1, 1B, and 5 quarterly reports. Wrong B-roll, but it's still cool B-roll. I've seen that footage before, Seacrack, and it is. Yeah, anybody wants to see some cool archival footage from NASA, check that out. Sean, you did QA for medical equipment manufacturer that built it to 1,000th of an inch tolerances. It's unheard of to test a new anything and to get that level of accuracy out of the gate. That's how I knew SLS is a good launch vehicle. I think people have problems with other parts of SLS, like it doesn't do anything. But if we gave it a better upper stage, it could certainly do something. You could do a lot of cool things with that thing if you launch it more, you know? So, like, think about that. SpaceX does 1,000 simulations, and then they go to launch Starship Flight 9. Flight 9 fails in this particular way with a leak at this point. So you go in and you find the simulation that they ran that's closest to the Flight 9 failure, and then you take that into account when you're doing simulations from now on, because that simulation is the one that's based off of real flight data. Or better yet, you take the flight data and you put your flight data into the flight data gets uploaded into a database with the simulations. If I had to guess, SpaceX's computers don't know real flight data from simulation data. They probably don't know the difference. If I had to guess, they probably don't. Why does the computer care? Why would the computer care? Why would they give a frick about that? The computer doesn't know the difference. Right? The computer's just trying to achieve an outcome with its simulation, right? So with every Starship flight, the simulation fidelity gets more accurate. And then on top of that, you can compare Starship to other Starship flights. I mean, that's going to be hard to do considering all the stuff that they change nowadays. And they pretty much have to update the simulation after every Starship flight because the hardware is so different between all these different vehicles. But yeah, that's what they're doing, dude. That's, you know how I always say SpaceX is, you know what the best test stand is for SpaceX at this point? Just launching it. There's no point in using billions of dollars to make a test stand to get the data that they need to fly the stupid thing. That's just wasting your time building a test stand that you're going to use once and then never use again. Yeah. See what I mean? See what I'm talking about? The test stands that NASA used a half century ago are still there. Yeah, like that dynamic test stand. The last time that thing was used was 1981. Your mom's a test stand? Yeah, well, your dad's a test stand. Got him. The last time that thing was used was 1963. That is the Saturn I first stage original test stand, and they have the test mule core that was right next to it. That was the first Saturn I ever manufactured right there. Oh, they scrapped it. You know why? They left it outside. Guess it wasn't in the budget. What you could do with AI nowadays is nuts, so everybody's doing it. That's what I'm... Yeah, and I mean, serious, why do you think Elon's so hell-bent on AI? The Tesla training models, why not use that with SpaceX? Right? Like, you know they're doing this, right? They're absolutely doing this. Like, everybody... And that's why it's so funny, dude, to me, like, seeing all these people that say, oh, Flight 7, 8, and 9, oh, they all failed. SpaceX doesn't got it, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not you, Sarah, you know what I mean? Like, you really don't understand what SpaceX is doing here, and it's kind of funny, because you think you do, but you don't. Flight data is fine. Holy service towers NASA was planning? Planning? What do you mean planning? What do you mean planning, Sea Kraken? Oh, they built that. That's how they installed the FTS on Saturn V. Planning? No. They built that. They built that. Dude, yeah. That's how they put the FTS on the Saturn. Oh yeah. It's the Saturn V mobile service structure. Yep. The crawler transporter moved it. That's why here. Let's go to Cape Canaveral. If you look at the crawler way, right? You look at Complex 39, you look at the crawler way, there's a little detour right here. They built, see this right here, this little detour thing? They built the service structure right there. They had mobile service structure, and they had an ML pit right here. So they drop it on a mobile launcher, the mobile launcher pegs, right? And then the CT would drive the service structure to the Saturn V. Yep. Oh yeah. Crawler transporter could just pick it up. It has service gantries for installing the flight termination system because they didn't want to do that inside of the VAB. That was the solution. It's a good idea. The Apollo engineers keep taking you to school. You have no clue. Well, you do. See, Kraken, actually, you probably objectively have more clue than a lot of people here, but Sean, I've seen Pacific Rim. I know what that structure is for. Shh, shh, shh. Don't, shh. Oh, yeah. I love me my mobile skyscrapers. And that's what somehow this is pertinent to subject matter. That's what we're seeing here, guys. It might not seem like it. But, dude, seeing the Starship program unfold before our eyes is clearly, empirically, it's a once-in-a-generation thing. Because we were doing it before. The Apollo program, dude, the architecture is so good and it's so well thought out. Like, I'm firmly convinced, like, you could make it nowadays. Like, you could just build that. Like, that's some easy thing to do, right? And you could have a very, very competitive launch vehicle. Like, the architecture is that good. It's that good. It's still good to this day. It in a similar way that, like, cars from the 1960s have 4 wheels, and cars from the 2020s have 4 wheels. That's what I mean. It's that good. It's just one of those things. It's like, oh yeah, of course you'd do it that way. Duh. Why wouldn't you? There was an ML there in 2017, a mobile launcher platform. Yeah, they scrapped it. They scrapped it. Source, I know the guy that scrapped it. Not happy about that one, Mutter. Does NASA do quarterly videos like these anymore? What is this, 95? What are you trying to show me? Oh, yeah, you're trying to show me the sperm with wheels. Yeah, that's... Yeah, no, I don't want that. Cool. Next news. So this is coming from Astrolab, introducing our Earth-based Pathfinder version of our Flip rover. This test rover is being used for extensive testing this summer, validating Flip's hardware, systems, and operations before its lunar journey aboard Astrobotic's lunar mission Griffin 1. It has a few differences from the final version of Flip. For example, it lacks the solar panel and batteries which Flip will feature, but it provides everything needed for the team to practice controlling the rover, egress off the Griffin 1 lander, and more. At Astrolab, our philosophy is build a little, test a little, fix a little. These tests are crucial steps in that process, allowing our team to rapidly iterate our rover development and getting us ready for our first lunar mission with Flip, which will then prove out our hardware and software for our Flex rover. Nice. Nice rims. I'm not sure that... Yeah, Manfu, I'm kind of with you on that one. I'm not sure that naming your rover Flip is a good omen when it's landing on the moon. Yeah. Anyway. Sean, you're asking it, how good would the Saturn be with modern manufacturing, computing power, and everything else needed to bring it to launch? Really good. Really good. But Sean, like, that's the thing. It'd be really good, but we're still talking a multi-billion-dollar endeavor here, man. Propulsion would be tough. Getting F1 engines working again would be a little difficult. Doable, but difficult. And then hydrogen, getting the hydrogen to work right. It would be difficult. Getting a full Apollo stack back up and running, you're going to need a VAB, right? You need a VAB, you need a mobile launcher. You'd need a very large pad. Doable. Very doable. Like, nothing is out of the realm of possibility there. With modern CNC, we should be able to overcome the issues here. The thing is, if you were doing a Saturn V, you would need to do a lot of propulsion testing, because propulsion was the problem with Saturn V back in the day. they had some really bad pogo problems with from the first and the second stage. And dude, they did the analysis on frigging paper, and the paper with like a very basic computer with an IBM 3, I think. I don't know old computers. It was an old IBM computer. Very, very little in the way of electronic analysis, and they figured it out. But that's the thing, because it was such a human endeavor, it would be hard for us to kind of retrace the steps. We'd have to basically start from scratch with the propulsion. I mean, we know what the rocket motor's supposed to do. We know how it's supposed to be designed, but the manufacturing methods and the design methods for that engine simply don't exist anymore. Propulsion would be tough to get right. Getting the F1 and the J2 working correctly again would be difficult, but we could do it. Of course we could do it. Why wouldn't we be able to do that? An IBM 360 mainframe system. That sounds right, Garfagon, yeah. Sorry for all the off topics, but is this the AJ260? No. No, that looks like a Saturn C4. Early Saturn 5 prototype. The Saturn 5 in its early design phases, Sea Kraken, had 4 F1 engines, not 5. But in a frankly brilliant piece of systems engineering, dude, and I'll be honest, I forget where I picked this up. If you're going to call me for a source on this, I have no idea where I learned this information. I don't remember. Let me load up some pictures. I want to show you guys something. So, see, Greg, and you want to know how much the Apollo engineers and Von Braun were cooking back in the day, dude? They could have cooked you a 3-course meal. Let me find the picture. So, the Saturn V in its preliminary design was supposed to have 4 engines, okay? It was supposed to have 4. They eventually upgraded it to 5 because of mass problems. Think like how Super Heavy originally had 29 engines, and then they switched it to 33. Or how Starship, has 6, and they might add 9, right? Makes sense? Saturn was supposed to be the Saturn C4. It was supposed to be the Saturn IV. It wasn't supposed to have 5 engines in it. But Von Braun, foreseeing that there might be mass problems, insisted on a thrust structure that could take way more thrust than 4 F1 engines. Oh, it's one of my favorite pictures from any of the Apollo missions, dude. It's Apollo 17, man. He insisted on beefing up the thrust structure and making it way stronger than it ever had any business needing for 4 engines, right? And then when the mass requirements denoted a 5th, it was very easy to retrofit the plumbing systems. Keep in mind, this is still through what would become like PDR and CDR, right? It would be easier to retrofit the systems with 5 engines. That's the reason why the Saturn V has 4 engines that have thrust vector control, and the center engine stays fixed because it was never designed for that. Thrust vector control systems were designed for the outer 4 engines. Was that a Chinook towing an interstage? Dude, I got a bunch of crazy pictures in here. This is my personal stash. Yeah, I'm not sure what test that is, but I want to be a part of that. Yeah, Slackster, it'd be great, man. I'm not really sure what they were testing there, but do you know about the Saturn VIII? Nova, yeah, of course. I firmly believe this is more opinion than anything, because I said that they were going to design it for this, and somebody's like, well, I can't find any concrete source for that, EJ. I firmly believe the VAB, 39A, 39B, those systems are all designed for a bigger rocket than Saturn V. They are designed for Nova. All the systems, all the weight requirements for the crawler way are way over-engineered for the Saturn V. They're designed, like the mobile launcher is freaking huge. The flame trenches at 39A and 39B are gigantic. They weren't designed for a 10-meter core. They were designed for a 12-meter core, excuse me. Because the Saturn V is only the beginning, guys. There was the Nova rocket. Saturn Nova would have been a rocket that had 8 F1 engines in the first stage. 8. 2, 4, 6, and 8. Would have been like 2 Saturn V's wrapped on top of each other with no center engine. They used an IBM 5444 single platter disk, roughly the size of a large pizza. Initially, each platter had 2.5 megabytes of data. Nice. NASA in the 60s feels like aperture science. All 8 were thrust vector control. I don't think the design got that far. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, dude. NASA in the 60s seems like aperture science. Look at this damn picture. Does that not look like something out of, like, Portal? I'm telling you, man, it's good stuff. Guarantee you look inside of the Mega Bay at Starbase, you probably see something like this. Could a Raptor vacuum replace either Stage 2 or Stage 3 engines? Trey, that would be difficult. Dean, yeah, we could make a Saturn V. We could do it. It would be tough, guys. It would be... The reason why no one has done that... And, okay, you ask anybody that works at NASA, you ask any engineer, they'll tell you we can't. That's bullshit. Oh, excuse me. I'll time myself out. Okay, that's not true. We can. But the idea... And this is what people don't take the time to explain. The idea is that if you were going to engineer a Saturn V, you'd basically need to re-engineer everything because a lot of the parts were machined by hand for the Saturn V. And that institutional knowledge waved bye-bye a long time ago. Nobody's hand-machined aerospace parts in a long time. Right? Everything's done on a CNC, and that's fine. Could the CNC be more precise than the hand-machined parts? Yeah, probably. But we don't know the tolerances. We don't know what they were hand machined to. Like, we don't know, it's not like we can go talk to the machinist that did it, right? So the Saturn V, even though you're designing kind of one-to-one, right? There's a lot of unknown unknowns there. And the amount of time it would take to figure all that stuff out to build an exact replica of it, you could have just engineered another rocket. You could have just engineered a clean sheet design that could do the same thing. That's why you see nobody doing this. Now, I personally think in this day and age, dude, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that statement would have made more sense like 15 years ago. It definitely doesn't make sense in this day and age. The U.S. is bolstering its aerospace industry big time. There's plenty of suppliers out there. You'd be able to do it. The big problem would be your propulsion, getting a J2 to work. A gas generator hydrolox motor, which is arguably the simplest type of hydrogen motor, right? And that and the F1 engines, getting the F1 engines to work would be really, really tough. You'd run into the same exact problems that Starship was running into during Flight 7. And coincidentally, Starship ran into those problems, and so did the Saturn V. Apollo 4 and Apollo 6 almost exploded. They came close because of the same problems. The lines are shaking around, and it almost ripped the thing to pieces. You could do it. We could do it. You'd need a lot of money, but we could do it. I know we could do it. We could absolutely make that happen. It would just take a lot of prototyping. It would take a lot of design because we're basically designing propulsion from scratch. Propulsion is your long lead item in any space program by a long shot. Everything scales around propulsion. Look at SpaceX with Raptor 3. Everything scales around that. Your propulsion is everything. You don't get propulsion right, you're not going anywhere. Check out this picture if it's not in your archive yet. I like that picture. I'm putting it in my archive. This is going into my Saturn V compilation. This is going into my cringe compilation. Thank you. Anyway. Or BE4 production. Yeah, Sierra's another modern example. Your propulsion is your long lead item. That's the hardest part. Yeah, that's the tough part. Now, on top of that, guys, here's the thing. You're going to make something like Saturn V. So, okay, say we start an aerospace company, EJ Saturn V company. We want to make a Saturn V. We want to remake one. One first stage, second stage, third stage. Let's not even talk about the CSM or the lander because that would take billions of dollars to make. Even if you were like SpaceX, that would be, I mean, look at how much trouble SpaceX is having with their lander. Well, we don't know if they're having trouble for sure, but bear with me here, okay? If you knew Saturn V was your goal, come pillage talent from Huntsville. Right? Raptor production doesn't seem to be lagging. Not right now, Dean, but do you remember 2 or 3 years ago where Elon sent out a company email that said SpaceX would fail miserably if we can't scale our propulsion correctly? We run the risk of going bankrupt if we can't scale our propulsion. Everybody took that out of context at the time and said, oh, SpaceX is running out of money. No. What that means is, with the scale of what SpaceX is trying to do, if you can't build your engines fast enough, you're not going anywhere. You're not much of a spaceflight provider if you can't get into space with your new launch vehicle. What's the end of that sentence? But that's true, right? Now, say we started our own company. Say we have everything. Like, okay, we want to build something that will compete, like, let's say commercially with Starship. A Saturn V would be competing with Starship. It would be competing with New Glenns all day. You'd be competing with Long March 10, I guess, right? Blue Origin and SpaceX would be your two to go after. Now, what's the thing about a Saturn V versus a New Glenn or a Starship or even a Falcon 9 to an extent? What's your thing? Saturn V is fully expendable, okay? It's a fully expendable vehicle. You're not getting the S1C and the S2 back. You're not doing that, right? It's expendable. That's the difference here. We don't get our first stage back. They do. In this modern day and age, if we were going to mass produce Saturn V's, or we were going to produce it on a scale that would be anywhere near competitive, right, to Starship or to New Glenns. Let's just pick New Glenns. Let's not even put Starship in the picture. So Blue Origin this year is targeting 8 flights this year. I don't know if they're going to make that. I bet you they'll get 3 to 4. If I had to put my money on it, maybe 3 to 4 at the rate that they're going at. Now, okay, New Glenn can move 40 tons with reusability into low Earth orbit. 40 times 4, that's 160 tons, okay? Saturn V can move 120 tons into LEO, okay? So we need to, that's 2 Saturn V's, okay? We need to be able to make 2. Blue, in the future, plans to launch once a week. That's really what they want to get at. They want to get at 24 to 48, up to 52 launches a year, at least if I'm looking at that right. Okay, let's do some quick math out. Let's say they launch 48 times, right? They launch 48 times a year. 48 times 40 tons. That's 1,920 tons. Now you divide that by 120. That's 16 Saturn V launches a year to rival just Blue. That's not even talking about Starship. We could do the math comparison to Falcon 9 if you really want to. Falcon 9, let's just say average Falcon 9 at this rate is launching about 100 times a year. It's more than that. It launched over 130 times last year. I forget where they ended up, but let's just say 100. So 100 Falcon 9s at 23,500 kilos, right? Or, well, let's just say 100 times at 100 times 23.5. It's 23.5 tons. So that's 2,350 tons to orbit in 1 year. 100 Falcon 9s. Divide that by 120, and that means 20 Saturn V's a year. Do you see what I'm talking about? If we started a Saturn V company and we were going to remake the Saturn V, we're going to remake the J2, we're going to remake the F1. If we're going to do this, we would need to achieve scale to the tune of 20 Saturn V launches a year to even rival Falcon 9. That's crazy. with this new company, we would really need to focus on, like with the F1, making it as simple as possible to optimize manufacturing, because we're going to need a lot. All right. 20 Saturn V's. Okay, let's do some more math out. 20 Saturn V's times 5. That's 100 F1 engines in 1 year. That's doable. It's doable. SpaceX makes more Raptors and Merlins a year than that. All right, that means we need 120 J2s, because we have 5 J2 engines in the second stage and a single J2 engine in the third stage, right? 21st stages, 22nd stages, 23rd stages. We need 120 J2s and 100 F1 engines. The Apollo program came nowhere close to doing that. How many Saturn Novas would you need? Less than that, probably 10. I guess profit aside, but does the tons per shot mean anything market-wise?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Serious, that's where this kind of analogy gets a little bit, it goes into a little bit of a gray area. I think a good way to measure for the commercial market is tonnage to orbit per year. I don't really think there's a much better meter of demand that way. Frequency of launches would have something to do with it, depending on payload capacity. That's where the simulation gets, like, or my kind of analogy kind of gets a little, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we could come up with something, right? I'm sure we could come up with something to, like, take that all into account. Like, do people prioritize a smaller SAT vehicle or a larger SAT vehicle? Does having 120 tons throw weight to LEO every single flight make a difference? What kind of contracts would you get? Where's the demand coming from? Because, dude, Saturn V could build a hell of a proliferated LEO constellation. I mean, 27 Starlink V2 minis on a on a Falcon 9 flight. That's equating to a little bit, well, about 20 tons, if I'm understanding this correctly, because it's not full Falcon 9 payload capacity, right? Because you need to land the rocket. That's kind of important. We don't have to worry about that problem. So let's say 27 Starlink V2 minis have a payload mass of, like, let's say 20 tons, right? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. We can move 5 times that in one flight. But see, then that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think we probably would be able to move more. 20 times. So we have 52 weeks. 52 divided by 20 means we're launching pretty much every 2 weeks. So that's 5 that would be 5 no. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120. That's 6 Falcon 9 missions. Falcon 9 launches twice a week. Yeah, that math works. Yeah. 20 of those would be able to build and maintain a Starlink constellation. But I don't know. Are we sending 120 Starlink satellites to the same shell every time? I don't know, man. I don't think so. How many Starlink satellites are in each orbit, like in each shell? I'm not sure. It's definitely not 27 per orbital plane, right? Serious? Like, it's definitely not that. Space station building, you could get contracts for commercial low Earth orbit destinations. You absolutely could get away with that, Enzo. Yeah. But that just means you're, on top of your PLEO network, you're launching other missions. So that's more than 20 Saturn V's a year. Saturn V can make a Starlink whip around the moon quite nicely. Cirrus, you'd have a very, 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 very unique capability with an S4B. Restart capability, Translunar injection capability. It's almost like having high energy upper stages is a really good idea. Especially ones that have like, oh, I don't know, meganewton of thrust behind them. Now the S4B only has one engine, but 2 engines work just fine. You picking up what I'm laying down? I like that idea. That's a good idea. We should do more of that. Did Skylab launch... Did a Skylab launch have the Saturn, the S4B stage? No, it did not. It did not. No. These Starlink Saturn V missions would also not have a third stage. We wouldn't need it. Nods, yeah. Yep. We'll have to move the Coronet so we could start building these rocket engines in your garage. Also lasts for VAB concepts if interested. Sea Kraken, is this the one where they talked about making it a dock? Yep, I've seen these before. Yeah, they thought about making floating platforms to launch Saturn V out in the ocean. Gee, weird, huh? I'm telling you, dude. The Apollo engineers knew, dude. Sea Kraken, I don't know what the mechanism was to make von Braun and his boys and all the people that worked at NASA understand systems engineering this well. Like, how can you how did they think about that friggin' clearly? How did you have this all, like, planned out in your head? It's absolutely insane. And then, not only have it planned out in your head, manifest the damn thing. How does that even, like, that is systems engineering execution that my brain just doesn't get. I'm like, how did you do this? How did you do that? Like, if our modern space program is a good example of this. Throwing money at the problem doesn't fix it. That doesn't solve stuff. All right, that doesn't solve anything. You have to have the plan. If you don't have a good plan, you throw money at it for years and launch nothing. Right? Like, EJ, I also got you a Saturn like rocket concept from NASA before SLS. Yeah. You got a picture. Yeah, okay. Okay, Yuri. Yeah. Link it up with me over in the Twitch chat. German efficiency. I mean, dude, but Americans built the damn thing, Tron. Like, that. Your German efficiency is all fine and dandy, and yeah, there's no doubt that von Braun was insanely smart, but dude, it's not just that. It's not just being super freaking smart, dude. The ability to project manage here and engineer out this whole thing and literally control a small army of engineers and technicians. The Apollo program was 400,000 strong people. To be able to control that and keep that all clear in your head and actually achieve your objective that you were bestowed upon by the president is absurd. How does that even happen? Also, pick in Discord. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, we're diving into NTRS. Uh-oh. This should be fun. Who came up with the Apollo Applications Program? Von Braun is the guy that came up with the idea for Skylab. It's not just one person. There are periods in time where teams come up together. Well, it would have been von Braun, Walter Dornberger, Joseph Shea, and a couple of other systems engineers that came up with the whole architecture for Saturn V, dude. The systems engineering team was not as big as you think it was for the Apollo program, and that just makes it even crazier. Next generation heavy lift concepts. Like, I don't get how you have it that clear in your head. I've done a little bit of rocket engineering, guys, like in Kerbal. Like, that's the extent of it. I've never tried to make one of these in real life. I mean, maybe we'll change that in the future, but how do you manage something like this? How do you make this actually work? This is ridiculous, dude. Yeah, it never mentions that Sea Kraken, and everybody says, well, EJ, that means it's not going to happen. Yeah, well, that's bullcrap. What if the VAB wasn't designed for the Nova, why did they put it in all the promo footage? It's designed for it. It's future-proof because the entire Apollo program is engineered like that. There's no concrete paper that says everything was built for the Nova rocket, but I read the freaking room. You have to trust those that work for you. Well, no, there's no doubt that Von Braun was good at that. Like, just the fact that he was that good at that is amazing. Like, he just manifested this in less than a decade. That's ridiculous. The closest thing we have to this is SpaceX, man. Like, yeah, now we're talking. In this case, literally, consider you're talking about architecture. Nice. You guys want a link to this? This looks like a applications program using off-the-shelf components to make a Saturn V equivalent. The one on the right is SLS. That is not SLS. That is a Saturn V first stage with 2 SRBs attached to the side. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be okay with this. That's fine. Yeah, yeah, can we do that? That's a good idea. I wouldn't hate that. I mean, Sarah's what immediately pops into my head here is Max Q, because when you light those engines, you're going somewhere. Where you're going? Don't know. But you're going somewhere, and you're going somewhere fast. You know? You're going somewhere. Do you want to yeet? That's a good way to do it. Yeah. That would get off the pad as quick as Starship would. Or as quick as Starship does. I want Concept 2, Block 2, Path 2C. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, dude. That would be perfect. Does it have any? That's an EUS on top. Oh my goodness. No, get rid of that. Get rid of that low energy dog crap upper stage. Get rid of that. Where's my S4? Damn it. No. Too many different types of propulsion. Screw that. I don't like those ideas. Doo-doo. Doo-doo caca-poo-poo. Oh. Yes. Now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language. Yuri, that's what I'm about right there. Oh. Oh. Bro. Now that's what I'm talking about, man. Oh, yeah. Seven F1 engines or F1 alikes in that. 7 of them. I'll take 6 wrapped around 1. You know why? You add restart capability into that. Oh baby, you're gonna have a good day. That stage has a long enough. It's long enough to grid fin and landing leg. You could do that. It struggled with 5. See, Kraken, you know what's screwed? And I know, I mean, besides me, like, I know my eyes are bigger than my stomach, dude. But, you know, I was running through 20 Saturn V launches, man. It's not like SLS where you're making RS-25s and your propulsion takes forever to make. J2s, with modern manufacturing, J2s and F1s shouldn't be really hard to make. That shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, don't get me wrong. Shouldn't be too difficult is all relative. It's probably easier to make an F1 in a J2 than it is an RS-25 or a Raptor or a BE4. That's what I'm trying to say. Just like it's easier to make a Merlin engine than it is a Raptor engine, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, but 100 of them? Could you put that doc in chat? Yeah, sure, man. I'll put it in both chats. It's not insurmountable, dude. Really, that's not as much as you might think with modern manufacturing. You could probably get that done. It would be expensive. It would be very expensive, but like you'd need one hell of a factory. But 100 F1 engines and 120 J2s. That's not as bad as you might think, dude. Like, you got to think, you know, Rocket Lab has launched a lot this year. How many times has Rocket Lab launched this year? Rocket Lab has launched 7 times this year. They have 9 engines in the first stage, single engine in the second stage. So that means they've made 70 engines this year, at the very least. There's still a huge manifest for the rest of this year, but keep in mind Rutherford engines are a little bit easier to make than F1 engines. But did J2 ever fail out of curiosity? I know they shut them down because of Pogo, but I don't think it ever failed. It would have failed, though. Next thought, EJ. Consider that PDF, but with Methalox. I mean, at that point, Aqualex, aren't we just... At that point, isn't this just a super heavy with SN5 on top of it? Like, at this point, like, you're all just redesigning Starship. That's what I'm saying, dude. Will it be after hours today? Why? What time is... Oops. Ow. This was a long space news. But we're having a good conversation, though. This is good. I mean, short answer, no. Crap. Arguably, Starship would probably be flying already if it weren't trying to be reusable. Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Call it quits whenever you need. I'm honestly good, guys. I'm good. I had a good day. We worked on the car. We got everything done. The power failure kind of pissed me off because I didn't get to finish what I was working on. But this is a great space news. A lot of good, a lot of good questions. You guys asked a lot of good questions today. I'm really, like, we got to explain and talk about a lot of cool stuff. It's New Glenn just with extra steps. Yeah. I mean, so, seriously, if we're thinking about our proverbial Saturn V concept, like, more, I don't mind what that PDF was showing there, but I would stick with Carolox. I'd stick with Carolox. You're making a first stage that big, and you know, we'd have to retrofit our F1 engines. See, this is where this gets complicated. You want this to come and land like a Falcon 9. Now you're not just making an F1 engine. You're making a throttleable F1 engine. F1 engines don't throttle. The Saturn V first stage engines have 2 settings, on and off, and that's about it. Hey, Z-Kraken. I love taking a trip down space flight memory lane. So, it's been a great stream. I'm glad you like it. So, yeet and non-yeet. So, we'd have to go about... Our propulsion requirements here would be a first stage engine that makes 1.5, at the very least, 1.5 million pounds of thrust. That's 6,500 kilonewtons, guys, for anybody that's a Kerbal player or metric. So we'd need an engine that's 6,500 kilonewtons, Carolox, that's highly throttleable, that can deep throttle down to 40%, at the very least. That... It's doable. That would be a hard thing to do. If we were making Saturn V's, if I was going to modernize Saturn V, I'd basically make this thing right here. I'd make that. I'd keep the second stage Hydrolox, 10-meter core, or 33 wide, 120 feet. I mean, that's basically a New Glenn stage, but 10 meters wide. I would have the 5 J2s just like the real one, just like the other one. I would have this stage right here, whatever that thing is. That's vehicle 5-3. That thing we would need 7, or it's 7-3 right there. 7 F1-ish engines using kerosene, right? And then a second stage. With this architecture, guys, if we were starting a company and we're doing something like this, with this type of architecture, I would opt for something similar to what Blue is doing, or opt for something similar to what ULA with Aces can do. I would have a Hydrolox second stage, right, with refuelability. That's really where I would go with this. And basically make architecture similar to Blue's. That would be similar. It would be similar, but we would have a 10-meter core. I would have a Carolox first stage with 7 F1 engines, but then again, there's no deep throttling in F1 engine. The way the F1 engine was designed, it has, like I said, it has one setting, on and off. You wouldn't be able to land it. You'd have to figure out another way. I feel ashamed of asking this, EJ, but how do you start an F1 engine? T-tab. T-tab is what they used, if I'm remembering correctly, C-Kraken. I'm pretty sure F1 engines use T-tab. I could be thinking of something else. Saturn V Stage 1 chopsticks catch. That would be hilarious, Dean. You missed the people asking how Saturn V dealt with maximum dynamic pressure. They did shut down the center F1 engine during the later flights. They shut it down, but they shut it down for other reasons. The Saturn V basically brute forced itself like right through max Q. Like just basically, they didn't throttle the engines. You can't. The F1 engines were only designed to be on and not. 1.5 million pounds of thrust or nothing. If you tried to deep throttle an F1 engine, like even throttle it down to like 50 or something, like it would probably explode. Actually, I'm not even sure if it would explode. I'm pretty sure the impellers could probably handle that, and the gas generator could probably handle it. The combustion chamber geometry would not be able to handle it. You'd get really bad combustion instability. because of the way the combustion chamber for the F1 is designed. You'd need to redesign the F1's combustion chamber for better throttle ability. And that in itself complicates things. They shut down the center core because of vibrations. Yarg, I knew they couldn't deep throttle. I didn't know about like 75% or so for max Q. Yeah. So the launch escape tower basically tanked the supersonic shockwave. Yeah, for the most part, dude. Yeah. I mean, it would do it. Sure. But you got to understand, you got to also understand the mass involved here. The Saturn V taking off with 5 F1s at full blast, 7.5 million pounds of thrust, about 35 meganewtons of thrust was just enough to get it off of the pad. The Saturn V first stage had a lot of grav losses, dude. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it didn't get out of the hole very fast, and it really kind of accelerated. It really started going fast with the J2s and the S2s. Like, that's when it really started to move out. So because it was so slow out of the hole, they probably inadvertently negated max Q. Like, if Saturn V had like a 1.3 thrust to weight ratio, yeah, that probably would have been a problem. We already got a throttleable F1 engine. The F1B was designed to be throttleable. Yeah, it's doable, but remember, it's not like we can go to Aerojet Rocketdyne and be like, yo, can we borrow that? I mean, maybe we could. So Saturn V was more of a rocket-propelled elevator. Victory, how I like to describe F1 engines to people that don't know about, like, that know a little about rocket engines, is that F1 engines are about as solid rocket motor as you can get a liquid rocket motor to be. Does that make sense? The F1 engines are like an SRB that you could shut off, you know? They only have 2 settings, on and off. That's it. Go and not go. Why is the Starship Can Crusher so small compared to the others? NASA likes to overbuild things, Matt. They like to overbuild. SpaceX really tries to do less with more. We'd probably be able to make them throttleable nowadays with CFD. Back then, they were mostly designing the injector plate and chamber by intuition, trial, and error. Yeah, Aqualex, yeah, we could, like, is it screwed up if man, I know my eyes are bigger than my stomach in this regard, dude, but, like, that's not, to launch 20 Saturn Vs would equal, or launching a Saturn V basically every 2 weeks, and launching 20 of them, 100 F1 engines with throttle ability, right? With a J2X Hydrolox upper stage, and then heck, buy new Glen stages for your third stage, 10-meter fairing. Dude, that has market comparability, dude. That would be competitive if you could do it. It would be tough to do it, but you could do it. Like, that's not the most far-fetched idea I've seen. Like, do you pick it up what I'm trying to lay down? Like, dude, we've seen crazy ideas, like spin launch or something, or rail launch or whatever. Like, we've seen those nutty ideas. They're not necessarily bad ideas, but, like, this, like, believe it or not, that's not the most far-fetched idea I've ever heard of. Can you please explain why rocket engines have to be throttled down for max Q? There's a point in a rocket's ascent, Dean, where the rocket, max Q is basically, the plain English way of explaining max Q is the rocket can't move the air out of the way fast enough. It can't move the air out of the way fast enough. Now, because of this, air gets stuck. Pressurized air gets stuck on the front of the vehicle. That air creates a stagnation point. That stagnation point causes drag, okay? Because all the other air is going around it, and then you have just a big clump of air, like pressurized air, because all the other air is going past it, right? and then there's a stagnation area right here that's about this shape, right? That stagnation area and that compressed air is going to put compression load on your vehicle. Max Q does this to a dynamic pressure, higher dynamic pressure does this to a vehicle. And every rocket has its material limits. That's why everybody puts their rocket tanks in can crushers. Like, if you remember the Texas Tank Watcher days and the suborbital hop test days, SpaceX was putting a tank in a can crusher like every day. They were pressurizing the tanks with LN2, and they were trying to pop them, and then they were putting them in can crushers. This is before Massey's and stuff. Remember that? That's what they were doing. They were testing the material limits on stainless steel under pressure. Off topic, either your mic or my headphones have a weird buzz when you talk. Victory, how would I be able to tell? I don't hear the mic, dude. How would I be able to tell that? And I definitely can't hear your headphones, man. How am I supposed to know that? I'm going to go ahead and guess that your headphones aren't plugged in all the way, dude, but I don't know for sure. How do they bleed fuel lines on rockets to stop the vacuum bubbles that cause pogo? Pre-valves. Home Planet. You use something called a pre-valve. It's a little smaller valve that you can use to submerge your turbine impellers. I always blame the chat first. Of course, it's your fault. I think the real limitation for Falcon is the stress cracking in the aluminum, which is a win for Starship towards reusability. Yeah, whoever convinced Elon that stainless was a good idea was really smart. Really smart. I don't know if that was Shauna Diaz or something, but that was a really good idea. Using stainless for a rocket. It's a page, you're inadvertently taking a page out of a 1960s aerospace engineer named Robert Truax. Robert Truax designed the Sea Dragon rocket. Robert Truax's whole idea was if you make a bigger rocket out of more affordable materials, despite the crappier mass fraction, you can make up for a mass fraction with a gigantic rocket. That was the idea. So throttling down the engine decreases the upwards compression at max Q. It's compression load. It decreases your compression load. Yeah, you throttle down the engine, the rocket doesn't make as much drag up front, and then you eventually the rocket will go high enough where the atmosphere just dissipates, and then they throttle the engines back up. In kind of industry speak, it's called a throttle bucket. Because on the telemetry, your rocket's at 100% throttle, and then it goes down to 66, and then it goes back up. Yeah, you're exactly. The F1 engines on the Saturn V, dude, had one setting on. The other one was off. It's like an SRB that you could shut off. They're about as solid fuel engine as you could make a liquid fuel engine, dude. Also, Sea Dragon was so big it didn't need a heat shield because its drag coefficient was so large that peak heating was low enough for the steel to take it, plus a massive pressure vessel. Yep. Surface area versus volume. As you go bigger, your included volume goes up exponentially. This is what actually limits the size of cells in nature. Yeah. Truax's idea was not wrong. He's not wrong, and Starship is proof of it. Why do you think Elon's so adamant that they're going to make Starship bigger in the future? Because stainless steel offers more scalability in this regard. It's actually a really, really good idea. Like, really good idea. Sean, you're saying it's like rolling down the highway at 80 miles an hour with nothing to draft and then slotting behind an 18-wheeler and not changing your throttle position. Bleed the Dragon, you can go faster with less power. Something like that, yeah. Aerodynamics do be like that. Was Sea Dragon reusable? It was planned to be, yeah. Yep. Sea Dragon was a good idea, man. Smart. Only problem that might be an issue, and I have zero basis for this, is maybe the carbon boils away and leaves Starship a wrought iron vessel. Carbon? What could have been? Sadly, it's not economical to start an aerospace company. Yeah, Trey, not with that attitude, it isn't. It wasn't economical. Dude, if you think it's not economical to start an aerospace company now, think about starting an aerospace engineering company in 2001 or 2002 when SpaceX did. It definitely wasn't then. There was no market for commercial vehicles. Like, actually nothing. Like, zero market, nothing. Nothing. Hey, Hibbit, what's going on? With the penchant for radically changing the plans, I'm actually surprised they didn't go wider instead of stretching to V3. Stretching is a lot easier, a lot more predictable. When was Blue founded? 2000. Yeah, Blue is older than SpaceX by 2 years. Yep. Would you consider Starship to be a big dumb booster like Sea Dragon? No, not even close. A big dumb booster doesn't do that. Sea Dragon was literally just gonna splash down in the water. No parachutes. It was just splash down. It could take it. It's a gigantic steel pressure vessel. It'll be fine. Is SLS a big dumb booster? No. By definition, it's the exact opposite of that. More accurate numbers. 1,000 to 1455 Leo with your rocket that uses a Sea Dragon engine in the first stage and 8 M2 engines. You have M2 engines in RSS? That's funny. But it has 1.02 TWR off the start. You have a rocket that has a Sea Dragon first stage and a Nova, Saturn Nova second stage? Okay. Okay, pal. Based. Yo, question. Once Pad 39A for Starship is online, would the Starship get caught in Starbase or wait for the booster to get off the chopsticks? Ship watching. We watched a Starship update from NSF this afternoon, at least a little clip of it. SpaceX is going to have 3 pads down the Cape. And people said I'm 100% wrong, etc., because the documents don't say this. The documents don't say this, but dude, look at the size of the Starship Tower versus the entire 39A complex. There is not a chance in hell that SpaceX isn't building more towers here. They are. They're going to build another tower. If I had to guess, it's probably going to go right here. It's a guess. I have no way to prove it. And everybody's going to say I'm nuts. I've guessed in the past. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. There's no way that they're not building another one. So between 4 pads at the Cape, 2 pads at Boca Chica, that is more than enough to party, dude. It also looks like a massive N1. Dude, Super Heavy is an N1 rocket on steroids. That's like... Yeah, it's an N1 on steroids, dude. But it also shows you how smart Sergei Korolev was. Sergei Korolev was very smart, dude. he had a very, very, very ingenious way of taking rocket concepts and making them extremely simple. Extremely simple. Like, take Soyuz, for instance. You know, it's like, why with the RD-108, Yuri, why make such a hard, or the RD-107, why make such a complicated starting system? It's on the pad. Just stick a match up the nozzle. You'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just do it. No, we need to have complicated starting mechanism. No, we don't. No, we do not. Just put match up butt. It'll be fine. Seriously. That's how they light Soyuz engines on the pad. To this day, they stick a match up the nozzle and turn the fuel on. It works. It's really simple. Just saying. There's a very form of elegant simplicity there that I think deserves mention. And then hot staging, that was... Korolev wasn't the first guy to do it, I don't think, but Soyuz definitely perfected that. Second tower 39A is probably where the catch tower was in the EIS. Yep. Is that guess based on the circle? No, the circle is the old landing pad from the old tower design. I guessed down here. I'll show you. I'll show you my rationale for that. Give me 1 sec. Let's go. We already talked about Astrolabs, so that was the flip rover. Let's go over here. Let's go to Harry Stranger. Harry showed some pictures of... Show me what you've got. Harry posted some pictures of 39A a little while back. Yeah, here we go. So this one will be good enough. So check this picture out. So May, take a look. This is when I first kind of theorized this, okay? So look at the amount of area that SpaceX is grading. They graded all up in here, they're grading all down here, and they've even started grading right here. They're grading all the way down to the bottom, the southernmost point of the blast detonation area almost. See all this? This is all freshly graded stuff. All in there, all up here, etc., etc. Now, check this out. See the big tanks right there? So your fuel farm is going to be up here. The fuel farm is going to be at the northern part of the blast detonation area. The BDA, that's this thing. The fence, the outer perimeter. They called it the blast detonation area because that's, well, at the center of the BDA is where the Saturn V launched from, and they were pretty sure that anybody that was inside of this, if the Saturn V had a catastrophic failure on the pad, you would die. That's why it's called the BDA. Anyway, that would instantly kill you. Everywhere else, you'd be having a bad day. But yeah, so the Saturn V went off like low-yield nuclear blast. You don't want that. That's why the BDA exists. That's why the BDA is so large for 39A and 39B. But why wouldn't it be raised like the current launch pad? I'm not sure, man. So, okay, check this out. You have your tank farm here. There's a big tank farm up there. And then, look, right here, water systems. See, they're starting to pour the foundations for the water systems. Your water suppressor. We know from the 37B, the Slick 37 plans, that the water system and everything for each individual pad is close. So, check this out. You have your tank farm and everything here. Big old tank farm. You have your water system here. What's going here? You have your tower, you have your trench. What's going in this area right here? More importantly, what's going down here? What's going over here? What are you going to put another fuel farm? No. I don't think so. I think they're going to build another tower over here. We can't prove it. And it doesn't, none of the EISs none of the EISs show this, but why grade so much area? So another thing that I showed, guys, is that the entire launch complex at Boca Chica, Pad 1 and Pad 2, is about from here from here up. So this area right there, that's the entire launch complex at Boca Chica. 2 pads, 2 water systems. 2 pads, 2 water systems go from about here to all the way where my mouse cursor is. That's the size of a twin pad complex. So they're grading way more area than the minimum amount of area that you'd need for 2 pads. They're going to build another one down here. That actually puts how much of a gamble the Apollo program was into perspective. They built with the explicit expectation that they would not be able to blow up at least one of them. That's why they built 2 pads, Aqualix. Yep. Yep. Big area to the north between the GSE and the water tanks could be for the ASU. Found a picture, you sent it in Discord. Okay. Yuri, what in the holy abomination hell is this? What the Это не хорошо. No! Stop it! What is that? Don't. This is not okay. Kill it. Anyway. EJ, isn't there an environmental impact study or some building permit stuff that shows where the second tower is going? I don't know, Dean. If there is, I haven't seen it. Were the metal bars on the N1 hot staging rings? That's correct. Yep. Yep. When you're building a super heavy launch vehicle, you have to keep it simple. You have to find elegantly simple solutions to extremely frigging complicated problems. Korolev's solution here was to use spherical tanks, because spherical tanks are easier to pressurize. So there's a big spherical tank here, and there's a big spherical tank here, and these fins that you see right there are the lines from the top tank going around the bottom tank. External downcomers. Very simple. Very simple design. Very easy to manufacture. This is a render from Anatoly Zak. See? Very simple. For a rocket this frigging big. See? And then this second stage is basically the same thing, just a little bit smaller. Third stage is the same thing, just a little bit smaller. And yes, the N1 has grid fins down the bottom, by the way. Yep. It's pretty smart. It's a pretty smart design for a rocket that small. Or not a rocket that big, not that small. That's not the right way to say that at all. Sorry. Shadow Zone vid. Yeah. They needed to make this stuff big. The reason why they needed to make it big is because the N1 was all Karolox. No hydrogen. The Russians really never figured that out until in the Regia. It could have worked. I honestly think Cirrus the N1 didn't work because Sergei Korolev passed away. They're cheap. Not a lot of people know that, Cirrus, I know you know this, but not a lot of people know that the Soviets lost their chief engineer in the middle of the space race. Yeah. Not a lot of people know that. Did they make spherical tanks by building a giant D20 out of sheet metal and then pressurizing with water to turn it into a sphere? I don't think they hydroformed those tanks, no. He died during heart surgery. Yeah. PJ, isn't there images out there from Roberts Road showing looking pieces for a Starship tower? They're going to build more towers. They're going to build 2 at 37, and I'm convinced they'll build another one at 39. Hey, David, $2 super chat. Thanks, buddy. I don't think they hydroformed those tanks. I think they were welded. Are those MIRVs in the payload bay? I don't know. I saw that in the render and I was like, Is the N1 more or less caveman than the Saturn V? More, I would say. More. The N1 uses all Kerolox, right? All kerosene. It uses RP1 and liquid oxygen. First, second, and third stage. No hydrolox. Why didn't any of the NASA contractors buy the designs for the Saturn V or shuttle before they were decommissioned and keep building them? No market. There's no market for it. Guys, there's an interesting thing. So, I want to... Okay, this is going to sound weird, but NASA destroyed the commercial satellite launch industry in the 60s. Not a lot of people know this. DM in Discord. Okay, let's stop doing that, please. Too many people are DMing me. I can't look at all the... I gotta figure out how you guys can post links. Oh, you have the EIS, Dean. Thank you. Does it call for multiple towers? I hope it does. I'll check that in a little bit. Damn it, what was I saying? You made me lose my train of thought. Oh, yeah, commercial market in the 60s. I got it. All right, so a lot of people don't know that NASA, the expansion of NASA actually like completely destroyed the commercial market in the 60s. In the early 60s, there was a market for commercial satellites. Telstar 1, first commercial satellite in the early 60s. There was a gigantic there was a market for launching commercial satellites. I mean, back then it was for TV signals and stuff, not like, I mean, it was communications, basically. There was a market for it. And when NASA was formed and when it was expanded into the Apollo program, right? It basically ate up a bunch of commercial companies. Yeah. And it basically absolutely destroyed the commercial market because there was a commercial market emerging for communication satellites. And yeah, it actually dunked on the entire commercial market in the 60s. Not a lot of people know that. And it stayed that way. And then, you know, when the space race ended, that there was no market. There's no market to do any of this stuff anymore, right? The only market was there for launching defense satellites and stuff. It ate up all the engineers. It ate up all the technicians. Dude, read about it. I've read about it before. See, Crack, and I can't give you a paper off the top of my head, but it did absolutely consolidate the commercial industry. Everybody, you know, like everybody wanted a piece of the moon, and NASA, it basically destroyed the commercial industry. So, you know, why didn't people keep the Saturn V going? There was no market. The market was dead. Now, like, once again, we're sitting here thinking about making a modernized Saturn V. Guys, I honestly think there would be a market for a vehicle like that in the future. I really do. At least that thing right there, this melon farmer, something like that, I think there'd be a market for that thing in the future, especially if you could get your first stage back. A 10-meter core, 7 F1 engines in the first stage, and 5 G2Xs in the second stage, 10-meter core, 133 feet wide, 120 feet tall second stage, 10-meter fairing, absolutely a market for that. Yeah, there would be. Like, that, yeah, there would be a market for that if the commercial market goes where I think it's going to go. Like, look at the... We talked about the market trends a little bit more, how people are getting away from small sat launchers and they're moving to medium-duty vehicles. Where do you guys think this ends? It ends with bigger vehicles. Whoever can build out and maintain their proliferated low Earth orbit network quicker with less launches, right, and more bang for your buck, i.e. super heavy lift, right? Whoever can do that affordably, there's a market for it, dude. There absolutely is. There definitely is. Like, now that I'm really thinking about it, that's feasible, man. All right, Dean, let's see this thing. Page 4. Yeah, see? Catch tower. There you go. They're definitely building another tower. I think these plans have tentatively changed, right? I think the plans have tentatively changed. I think that's just going to be a tower. But it could, I mean, like, why build a catch tower? Just build a launch tower. Like, see, because this old design here doesn't have the current tower and everything there, you know? So nothing from the Cape launch-wise till the end of next year. Cirrus, I love SpaceX as much as the next guy. Launching this year from the Cape is a very ambitious goal. I think that is one of SpaceX's goals where they take the impossible and make it late. So I'm not sure we're going to see any Starship launches from the Cape this year. If anything, it'd probably be, I don't know, man. What do you think? February? January? I mean, SpaceX can go fast. I'm not sure they can go that fast. It isn't out of the realm of possibility. It's just, okay. In order to really get that done, Starship's design will have had to have been frozen around the V3 design. Because you're not going to keep upgrading your rocket and then build all these pads, right? And then have to upgrade the rocket again. End of next year is your guess? I said February, but I'm going to take that one back. I don't know. I really need to see the turnaround time for Pad 2 at Boca or Pad B at Starbase. If I can get a full end-to-end of that from like when ground was first broke on Pad B versus Pad B is finished and ready to launch something, then I could probably give you a better estimate, dude. Right? Like, just thinking empirically, I mean, one bit of information is not a data point, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of is with pads, right? Like, Boca could be operational-ish by then. I think that I think they're going ham on Pad B. I think Pad B's going to be done by the summertime. By the middle of summer, I'd say. I think they're going to be ready to go. Now, whether they have something to launch on it, whether they have a rocket that they can launch off of it, I don't know. I don't know. And if, like, you take that into account, that it took them about a year and a couple of months to build, well, hold on. Starbase. Okay. How about we go to Starbase, Texas? Hey, Wolf. Been away, just got back. Good to see you. Likewise. Also, before the Gigabay, where are they going to do anything to these vehicles? Old school out in the open. Yeah. So, guys, look. This image, if you look right here, this image is from April 11th, 2024. That's from April 11th, 2024. So that's a year and 2 months ago. A year and 2 months ago, there was nothing. There was nothing there. Suborbital pad B was there. It would also need to factor in Falcon 9 launches, which could be interesting. With that all, Cirrus, taking that into account, that may, that Spaceflight Now article that we saw, or the Ars Technica article from Stephen Clark that we saw, makes a lot more sense. SpaceX is looking to expedite Slick 37 demolition and building, which is interesting. So if they were going to start building Slick 37, I mean, they have to wait until the comment period is over, right? So the comment period is over pretty much in the summer. So that means they would start building those pads at 37 in the summertime, which means they probably wouldn't get finished probably until at least summer of 26. Yeah. End of next year is not a bad estimate, dude. Not a bad estimate. I just have to say, I love all the haters who say Starship won't work. Makes you laugh every time. So pad 40 ramp up. I mean, they're going to have to, dude. They don't really have a choice. Got to build more. I mean, 2 Falcon 9 pads. See, Cirrus, that's the exact reason why I thought they were going to move Falcon 9 to Slick 37. Build a Falcon 9 pad over there. And then just so you don't have these bottlenecking problems at 39A. And then just rebuild it there. That's what I thought made the most sense to me. But SpaceX clearly had other plans there. Because at Slick 37, you could make a twin Falcon 9 pad launch complex, and then you basically get 2 Falcon 9 pads for the price of 1. And also, Slick 37 has 2 HIFs side by side. That's already built. So, like, what I thought, dude, and I'm amazed that this didn't happen at this point, to be honest with you. Actually, technically, there's 3 HIFs. You have 3 horizontal integration facilities here. This was built in anticipation of high demand of Delta launches in the 90s. There's 3 HIFs here. These 3 HIFs can accommodate 3 Delta IV heavies. And Falcon Heavy is about the same size. So you could have 3 transporter erectors or 2 transporter erectors here and here, and then a booster storage area here. And then all you'd need to do is have 2 crawler ways, just basically a paved road to a pad here, and then a paved road that takes a turn like Vandenberg to another pad over here, and you could call it a day. That's what I thought they were going to do. I'll admit, I really don't understand building Starship out at Slick 37B. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. You don't even need to mess with this too much to get a Falcon 9 twin pad complex. Heck, dude, just demolish the Delta IV stuff and just put 2 launch pads right next to each other. You don't even need to use this stuff. I don't think they want to put any more money into Falcon 9. Then why are they building a new Falcon 9 launch pad at Slick 6 at Vandenberg, Fish? Watched a Ford release video on the Willow Run factory today. Nice, Andrew. My favorite. DoD obligations. Yeah, perhaps. Falcon 9 is the Model T. Yeah, DoD obligations. Yeah. I don't know. Like, yeah, that's a Falcon 9 twin pad complex. Slick 37 is a hell of a facility to use, dude. You already have your integration buildings are already there. You just build 2 copies. Just build a copy of the 39A transporter rector. Just build 2 copies of it, right? And then 2 launch pads. You're good to go. Heck, just build 1. Just demolish all this and just put a pad right on there. You already got your diverter and everything. I honestly thought, dude, that's what they would do. I thought that's how that would get done for the longest time, but nope. Falcon pad at 39A is also used for cargo to the International Space Station for NASA and payloads for the DoD and SpaceX commercial customers. This site does not meet selection standard C because it cannot support an additional 76 super heavy launches annually. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the, Cirrus, that's the assessment. That's legit. That's from their draft environmental impact study for building Starship pads here. Yeah, David, that was I thought that's what they would do. I thought they would just convert this to a Falcon 9 launch facility. So you have 2 Falcon 9 pads here, pad 40 here, and then take 39A, put a Starship pad right on the crawlerway. Like put one there, put one there, put one there. Get 3, like, dude, you could build like 5 Starship catch towers around the perimeter
right now,
here.
but I wanted to stop by and say hi. I hope you have a wonderful stream. Sincerely, your friend E.T.
Hi, Emery. How are you? Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Oh, jeez. How long did we do? I got on at noon time. We did 11 hours today. That's good. So yeah, that's gonna do it for space news and rocket talking and stuff. We got through a lot of good stuff. Actually, the only things that we really didn't get into is the Starship news today. Yeah, we didn't even look at Pad B. It's been a long day. Yep. So tomorrow, guys, we have the My Summer Car combo. So we could do some Starship talk tomorrow for space news, but I'm gonna work on the car, work on My Summer Car, the Coronet. We're gonna work on the crew cab build in the morning, and then do a space news, and then we start a new My Summer Car playthrough tomorrow. Hopefully I don't burn the stupid house down this time. Yeah, we have 2 nice RGV photos here. One of Pad B and the other one of where the Gigabay is going. Oh, mama. That is going to be a big structure. You burn the house down while you do this. I screwed up the save so bad, SVO, last week. I just stopped. I'm just stopping that save. I'm just stopping that save. I have no idea what that means, Yuri. Anyway. All right, guys. That's going to do it for me. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the Space and Rocket review. Are you going to kill the character so it's in the cemetery? We probably should, Cirrus. Yeah. For continuity. How are we going to do it? You know what I want to do? I want to get in the Ferndale, get on the road,
this is Space.
and put
I'm
the
in
pedal
space.
and put the pedal to the floor. Hey, Dragonheart, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. Yep. 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 That's what we're gonna do. We'll go buck 10. See what happens. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry the power went out today. Missed a little bit of the stream, but I gotta go check on Bree. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. Picnic, thank you for the 50 months, but I'm going to bed. Good night.